At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank our Patreon sponsors. A warm thanks go out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Webkey, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichard, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., and Tim Lindner. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged. Sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another exciting episode of CoCoTALK. This week, we bring you a very special guest, none other than the multi-talented Glen Dahlgren, everybody.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to everyone's favorite live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. We're talking about CoCoTALK. We got a great show. What the hell did you just say there, Mikey? Thanks for stepping all over me.
Mikey sorts cables.
Okay, I don't know what the hell he just said, but that's fine. All right, he missed the memo on being muted when we start this whole thing here. We got a great show in store for you. We've got a great guest. We've got lots to talk about, so we're going to very quickly go around the panel here, and then we're going to just jump right in. So with us today on the show, our resident Apple guy and our viewer into the future, Mark D. Overholzer is here. Welcome, Mark.
Hello.
We've got our backup streamer and engineer, Mark Bosley's in the house. From O Canada, it's L. Curtis Boyle. The Thunder from Down Under, David O'Connor. From Santa Fe, stepping on the show, Michael Furman is here. We've got the guy who purchases from eBay. It's Brian Weasler's here. The music man, Brian Schubring, is here.
Hello.
Nick Marotta is here. Rick Hewlin, special guest, another special guest. Tim Holleran is here. Hey, Tim. One of our producers of our show, an engineer and streamer and co-host, Rob Inman is here. Driving from whereabouts unknown, Grant Leedy is here. A guy who likes to say, "Oh, crikey!" From Down Under, the Thunder, Nicholas Morentes. Good day, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good.
All right, there we go. There you have it. No better words were ever spoken. And so we're going to get right into our special guest. But before we do that, we've got a really great infographic produced by our producer, Rob Inman. This is a professional show. So this is our guest. Enjoy this.
You might know me from my period running Sundog Systems. from the PC games that I've done, like Wheel of Time, Deathgate, even Star Trek Online. Currently, I'm writing a book that I'm promoting. And I'd love to talk about all this and more on CoCoTALK this Saturday.
Ladies and gentlemen, it don't get no better than that. Thanks for that production there, Rob Inman.
Excellent job.
Now I want to talk to me after that.
Oh my God, that's classic. This is cutting edge live broadcasting. Glenn,
that was amazing.
Thanks for joining us, Glenn. Thank you, Curtis, for arranging this. I don't even know where to begin. Curtis, do you want to maybe just give a quick summary? Since this show is called CoCoTALK, most of the people here are Coco fans. Maybe we'll give a quick synopsis of some of Glenn's Coco offerings, and then we'll get into his latest project and then go through the whole thing. Does that sound good, Curtis?
Sure. So hopefully I've got everything here on my list. And Glenn did some stuff that he sold through some other companies before he started Sundog. And I think, if I remember correctly, you were a teenager in high school at the time this all started?
That's right. Yeah.
So he started with Hall of the King, and the next few are from Prickly Pear Software, and then Darkmoor Hold, Hall of the King 2, Dragon Blade, and then Champion was briefly sold through Mark Data Products. Then Hall of the King 3. And then you started Sundog and started selling some new stuff, and then you kind of took over some of your older titles as those companies shut down. So then we have Kung Fu Dude, White Fire of Eternity, In Quest of the Star Lord, Warrior King, Kyum-Gai to be Ninja, SoundTrax, which you co-authored with your brother Brett, and then you helped with Sinistaar and Paladin's Legacy as well, and then you also sold some other titles on behalf of some other authors through Sundog. And I think at the end, near the end of the Coco's life and Rainbow's life, I think you were the game manufacturer for the Coco. You kind of took the title from Diecom and Tom Mix and Spectral from previous years. That sound roughly right?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, there was a lot of products in my day.
That's impressive. And as I was going through some of the screenshots, I mean, some of the artwork in those Coco graphics adventures are really just stunning, considering the resolution and color limitations.
Well, yeah, I really appreciate that. As I was saying before the show, I don't really consider myself to be much of an artist. And when I sort of graduated into PC games and started seeing what real artists can do, I was content to art direct rather than paint. But in the Coco days, I had a lot of fun. And yeah, they looked good enough to sell, I guess.
Well, the thing I remember about looking at ads in the Rainbow magazines and stuff is that a lot of times there would be artwork that would sell the game. You were basically buying an album based on its cover, and you were hoping the songs didn't suck. But in your case here, the actual in-game artwork would probably be better than most advertisement artwork. You know, I mean, the game was as good as the promo, I would say. I mean, those graphics were stellar. So that's really cool.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I put a lot of time in it. I had a lot of fun doing the art for my games. It's really kind of the last art that I've done, and actually my children are better than me at this point. My son Emmett did all the interior illustrations for my book, so that's pretty cool.
That is cool. So I'm sensing a theme here. We have a game called Hall of the King. We have Darkmoor Hold, Hall of the King 2, Hall of the King 3, Dragon Blade. White Fire of Eternity. There's just a lot of, let's say, adventure themed stuff going on here. So I take it that is a genre that you are fond of, fantasy, adventure, story driven stuff?
Well, yeah, I think most of my life, honestly, has been driven by sort of the love of the adventure. I think I actually started really enjoying adventure games on computers when I played Adventure or Colossal Cave. That was my first exposure to it, and it was just amazing. I dreamt about it when I wasn't playing it. And then my first game, it was not on your list. It was called Demon Cross, and it was a submission to Color Computer Magazine programming contest, and it won. And so I thought, hey, maybe people like the stuff that I'm putting together. And I'm sure it wasn't very good. I don't even remember what the adventure was about or anything at this point. But what it did do is it gave me a structure, programming structure that I could use to make adventure games. And so, you know, back in the days when engines weren't a thing, this was, what I had to work with. And even you'll see some of that in some of the other games like Darkmoor Hold. I mean, the fact that I force you to type in a 3-letter command for every character who's in your adventure party, that's from adventure games. I mean, that's where I created that whole expectation. I mean, I think I figured out that that's not the way to do it when I made Champion, because Champion was the same kind of game as Darkmoor Hold, but you actually selected the things you wanted to do. There was more animation, there was more sound. It sort of was the game that it was supposed to be. Darkmoor Hold was kind of an experiment for me. I guess some people liked it, but it was very, very simple.
Okay, just real quick there. You mentioned there was a game you did that we didn't have on our list. Curtis, note to self, you're fired. I
don't even know where you would find reference to that game anymore, though. So,
I knew the old CCM because I remember the CCM programming contest because I remember the arcade game that won was Bugs, I believe, which is actually done by Dave Schuchen and Roland Knight. They won the arcade.
Yes, I remember that.
And they ended up doing work for Diecom, whom we'll get into your involvement with Dave Dyes as well later on. But yeah, I forgot that there was other placements, just like the Spectral contest a year or two earlier, where they, some like Whirlybird Run was what the main winner in that one too. So there was a few of the Coco magazines and game companies that actually did have contests for brand new programmers like yourself to, see what you could do and get yourselves popularized out there. And it obviously started you in your career, so that's good.
Yeah, it was a sort of a huge push in the right direction when I realized it could be a little bit more than a hobby. And actually, I used White Fire of Eternity in a scholastic programming competition that, I mean, it was kind of a big deal. They actually took us all into some kind of convention, into a hotel, did a big presentation, and I won that too with a Coco game. Nobody else had Cocos, just me, but they liked White Fire of Eternity, so that was pretty cool too.
Oh, cool! I didn't know that. I didn't even know they had such competitions.
It was about. There were a lot of categories, and I'm not even sure that all of them were about programming. So I think I hit my niche with that game.
That's cool. Well, I think maybe we should start off by talking about your latest project first, which is a book, which I think the culmination of everything you've done probably has led up to this based on some of the themes that you work with. And then we can then go back to the days of the Coco and then fast forward from there. So let me real quick, I queued up your cover work here. So this is your latest book, which is called The Child of Chaos. And so it's looking like this is going to be part of a series of books.
When I first wrote this, so this book has been 20 years in the making. Ever since I shipped Wheel of Time, I have been working on this book in some capacity or another. And it's really only lately in the last number of years that I've been able to focus on it. Got lots of great feedback from beta readers and managed to get it to where I wanted it to be to release. It was never supposed to be the beginning of a series, but the changes that I made in the story during that time opened up a lot of possibilities. And I definitely love this world, even though I kind of break it at the end. But I want to stay in there. I love the characters, and people seem to be connecting with it. We've gotten a lot of really good reviews from the ARC readers, the advanced review copy readers that you can see on Goodreads and Bookbub. But the way this book came about, honestly, was So Wheel of Time, it was a really difficult game to get off the ground because Legend at the time was an adventure game company, and that's what people expected from us. But I really knew that we needed to do something else, and I knew that we needed to do something like a first-person shooter. And I was really a big fan of first-person shooters. And we had the Wheel of Time, and actually using a first-person shooter got us the Wheel of Time license because Robert Jordan didn't want an adventure game made in his world. He wanted something else. So it all kind of came together. But we pitched the game to a number of different companies, one of which was Activision. And Activision, they were excited about the game, but they weren't excited about the license. They didn't like Wheel of Time. And so the night before I gave the presentation to pitch for this game, I had to come up with an alternate premise for the entire game. And I did it the night before. I came up with something really cool. I really liked it. And we pitched it. And we ended up not going with Activision because they were actually in bed with Quake at the time. And we were with Unreal, which is a different engine, a different technology. And so I shelved that premise. And so after I was done shipping Wheel of Time, and we did that through GT and Infogram, I came back to that premise and said, is there a game there I can do for my next one? And the more that I explored it, the more I realized it was not a game. And there was a story here, but there wasn't really, it didn't want to be a game, it wanted to be a novel. And so for 20 years, I've been holding on to that and working on it. So now I'm finally able to deliver it, and it feels really good.
That is cool. And what is is it supposed to be for like young readers, or what's the audience or demographic for it? Or?
So it is a young adult book, but I would say that it's a little darker than young adult normally gets. It has all the classic pillars of a young adult story. So the age range of the protagonist and his friend group are all pretty appropriate, but there are some dark areas to it. So I would say it's young adult because young adult can be darker nowadays.
Okay.
But I wouldn't give it to like a 12-year-old.
Gotcha.
And adults really enjoy it. So just because I'm shooting for that young adult demographic doesn't mean that adults should avoid it.
Right. It's not a kid's book.
It is not a kid's book.
Yeah, and so kind of like just a great, like a movie example is Goonies. Goonies is a story based on young adults, but adults enjoy watching it too, right? It's kind of like a young Indiana Jones. Is that not that that's a story analogy, but just from an audience appreciation analogy? Does that work? Or?
I would say, yes and no. I would say it's more like the Hunger Games.
Okay.
Which is targeted towards young adult, but it gets dark.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Now, you've mentioned on the cover that it's book one, so obviously you're planning sequels. Have you got a whole plot laid out for the future and how many books you're planning on doing, or is that still open-ended? You're still developing it?
I know what the sequel is, but actually what I'm doing right now is working on the prequel. There's a character in there that people really, really connected with. And I got a lot of feedback saying that people wanted to know more about it. So I'm writing a book based on that character. And it's called Game of War. It's based on Dantes, the priest of war, inside this book. And it's kind of amazing. I'm actually really enjoying writing that book. And I'm hoping it takes me less than 20 years.
There was a quote I became familiar with, and it had to do with the author of Ready Player One, Ernest Cline, I think. And he said something like, you've got your whole life to write your first novel, and then you got a year for each subsequent one, right? So it's almost like people need that. You got to churn them out, and then the pressure goes on. You have to worry about the quality and all these other things, right? So
it's a really interesting ecosystem in self-publishing. It seems like the general consensus is once you start doing this, it's all about quantity. It's all about making sure that you have enough pages out there to read so that you will get compensated on Kindle Unlimited. And I can't buy into that. Maybe it's because I've shipped a lot of product, and I can't ship one unless I know it's what I want it to be. And so I can't imagine doing like a novel a month, which is what some of these people are doing. And they're successful at it. They have an audience for it, and that's great, but it's just not me.
I was going to mention too, you've got on your cover there, you've got the mention that Piers Anthony gave you a rave review for it. This is what fantasy fiction should be. So how did that come about? Like, did you contact him? Did he contact you? I know you guys worked together a little bit on some PC games that you'd ported based on some of his Xanth novels, but was there a relationship already there, and that's how that happened? Or
so we worked with a number of authors back in my Legend days, and Piers Anthony. We made the Xanth game. That was not my game. I was working on Deathgate at the time, which is based on the Deathgate cycle by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. So I didn't have a lot to do with that, although I was the person that was really excited about that license, and I made our company go after it. So I was really actually disappointed that I wasn't the one who got that license, even though Deathgate was actually a much better fit for me. So it's interesting. I didn't communicate with Piers Anthony at all during that process or after until recently, when I decided, okay, I'm going to contact some authors and see if I can get them to review my book and get some quotes. And I contacted Piers Anthony, and I think I used the fact that we had made the game in order to sort of get that connection and get him to read something. And he came back and said, I hated the game, and why didn't you guys listen to me? And I had so many good suggestions, and I'm like, oh crap, this is not going to go anywhere. And I said, well, I'm sure the game would have been better with your input. I personally did not write that game. I really wish I would have. Would you be interested in reading my book? And he said, okay. So he got it, and then he said, so I've been reading too many books, and I'm not going to have time to read yours. And I said, okay, well, I totally understand. You have to get back to writing. I mean, he's in his 90s, and he's still writing like crazy.
Wow.
And I totally got it. And then the next day, he said, I read it, and I just got so enthralled with it. I read the whole thing and wrote a review in one day.
Oh, wow.
And the review is fantastic. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better review. He loved it, to the point where he gave me, a quote like that, but he gave me a ton of other quotes too in this review. And you can see the whole review at highpiers.com. And it's just, I mean, it's the basis of my marketing at this point. I mean, why would I not leverage that as much as possible? And I'm really thankful. I'm so thankful that he took the time to read my book. I did not expect it, and I did not expect the review that I got.
That's high praise. Yeah.
It's high Piers.
Real quick, I just want to acknowledge we're helping put some pennies in the bank here, but we have 3 people in the live chat mention they've already ordered one. So Jason Downs just did a pre-order on Amazon. Thank you, Jason. Rob Inman just did one. And who else was that? There was 3 people. Jason Downs. Frodo just did too. Frodo and
yeah, he's in the Netherlands.
Yeah, so very cool.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I mean, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the support. It's really difficult for an indie author, a self-published author, to get the word out there. It's just, if you're not being published by the big 5, and it's an uphill battle on trying to get the word out. So thank you so much.
That is cool.
Everybody.
Is there going to be an audiobook version at any point in time?
I kind of want to do one, and I kind of want to read it. I kind of want to be the guy to do it. I did some voice work in some of my games. In Deathgate, I was Sangdrax the Dragon, and in Wheel of Time, I was a couple of guards. But I never want to rely on myself to be like the only actor, because I've worked with some really good actors for those games. So I want to do it. I really just need to know that the ROI is going to be there. Is it worth actually having that product? And I'll find out, I think. I've got more research to do. I have so much more learning to do about this whole process. But I want to do it.
We have a question in the live chat from Jeff. He wants to know, is it only going to be available in ebook, or will there ever be physical copies?
So on my website, which is mysterium.blog, you will be able to buy, you'll be able to buy the paperback on Amazon in the same place the ebook is there for pre-order. On launch day, not before, and that is August 16th. But on my website, on mysterium.blog, you can order the paperback and hopefully the hardback as well, and I will sign them.
Awesome.
It'll be the same price, and I will autograph them.
Awesome.
You can even ask for a specific message if you want to.
That is awesome.
To do that.
That's awesome. And we have links to all your blogs and websites and ordering stuff. It's all in the description of this video. So if you read into the description, guys, all the links are there. real quick, I don't want to take away from everything you have to say, but I just want to share a quick story of me. I have not been a reader for a long time, and just during COVID, I just started reading. And speaking of like young adult stuff, I started reading a book series I read when I was a kid. It was called Alfred Hitchcock and the Three Investigators. I don't know if you ever heard of that one or not, but think of like Hardy Boys, you know, so it's kind of like a Hardy Boys style thing. These books were written like going back to 1964. But when you talk about it's designed for young readers, but you know, adults will enjoy it too. I find now as an adult reading those books, they read really well, and it's really good stories. And I've now become kind of a fan of mystery. I've always been a sci-fi fantasy fan, but I'm kind of becoming a fan of mystery too. So COVID's allowed me time to read. And so I'm definitely want to invest some of that time in reading your book as well. You know. So
just two things I wanted to mention about that. First is young adult. The people who buy young adult, 70% of them are adults, are over that range. And the people who read them, I mean, they're not all buying them for themselves, but the people who read them, it's 50% are adults. So it's, you know, that is the audience that really is going after young adult. And
look what happened. Look what happened with the Harry Potter franchise, right? The first couple of books were really light and more kid-oriented. Then adults latched onto it, and they became
really
darker. Yeah.
It almost like that particular series that followed the audience as they aged, it got more and more adult themed.
And people are actually looking at that as a model, and I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't write to the audience at this point. You know, I don't have to because I'm not yet in the thrall of what's popular. There's a lot of authors out there that are they pick their genre based on how it's selling, and that's where they write to. And I'm not there yet. I'm pretty much telling the story that I really, really want to tell because it's just been in me to tell. So you know, I hope that people connect with this story and these characters, and I think they will. So far, they seem to have been, and that's what I want to stick with for a while. And we'll see about, you know, if I want to branch off into other genres. But I'm a fantasy guy. I'm a sci-fi guy too, but I love fantasy. That's my first love. And about the COVID issue. The one major downside for me for the book is that I wanted to do a big launch party. I mean, I actually had talked with this library in Walnut Creek that is wonderful. I mean, it's 2 stories. It has a coffee bar. I mean, it's really, really upscale. And they were excited about it. I was even going to bring in a live band to do it. And I can't do any of that stuff now. And I feel really bad because that's part of the experience of being an author is being able to interact with your audience and sign books and talk about it and stuff. And that sucks. But the flip side of that is people are at home and they want entertainment and they're reading more. So maybe launching during this time isn't a bad thing. I'll find out.
Very, very cool. Do you want to give us any teaser on what the story's about, or is it just better that people buy the book and find out, or?
It's really difficult to boil down, but it's a world where there are 2 classes. There are the priests who are drawn to their religions. And there are religions like war and evil and good and law. I mean, and it sounds kind of simplistic when I just say it out like that. It's like, you know, not a bunch of crazy, you know, the demon of Mechalabuth or whatever. I don't do that, but it's not because it's not about a bunch of proper nouns. It's about what are they? And they are all aspects of order. And order has shut chaos away a long time ago. Into this vault, and in the thousands of years that they've been in power, society is pretty much stagnated. They are in power, they love it, but nothing grows, nothing changes, and that's kind of where the main characters come in, and they not only challenge that from both sides, they challenge it from, you know, there's someone who's very evil who's challenging it, and there's someone who's just trying to live his life, and you know. Enjoying his imagination, and both of them are coming after trying to make the world something other than what it is. And I don't know, that I'm probably all over the place.
Okay, but, no, that's cool. That's cool. That's enough to whet the appetite for sure. Now, you had mentioned that the cover art, and I'm going to switch back to that real quick too. Tell us the story behind the cover art again for those who weren't talking before the show to you about this.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So as I told you before, I'm not an artist, but I do enjoy art directing, and I do enjoy working with people who are way more talented than me. who can actually take some of my ideas and bring them to life and actually, make them into magic. And I've worked with a lot of fantastic artists in my career doing that. And there was one artist that I worked with on a number of games, Wheel of Time and Deathgate, and most of the games that I created at Legend. And her name is Cindy Wenzel. And she had actually been out of art for a while. And she was my first call. I called her and said, listen, do you think it's possible to work again on a project? And I described it, and she read the book, and she was inspired. And I think she was excited to have the opportunity to do another project with me. And it was great. It was a fantastic experience. And we got something, I think, holds itself apart a bit. It's not your standard fantasy cover because it actually sort of invites you into the story. It engages you with those dice, and those dice are really important. In fact, this is a scene from the climax. So as I've heard, somebody told me, the cover to a book makes a promise that the book has to fulfill, and this does. And so far, the reaction to the cover has been fantastic. I mean, I couldn't be in a better position than to have a cover that Cindy made for me. It's wonderful.
That is
cool. And you mentioned also in the pre-show that there's some inside illustrations too. Do you want to talk a little bit about that and who did that?
Yeah, my son Emmett made the interior illustrations, and they're really cool. I didn't expect that to be the case. He was going to give me some temporary shots just to put in there to show to the ARC readers, and they ended up being really wonderful. So I'm happy. There's actually quite a number of illustrations inside. So I don't have one to show you right off the top, but look forward to that.
That is cool. I want a hard copy, so I'm gonna reach out to you after the show. That is so cool. That's so neat. It's not every day you get to say, hey, I know the guy who made this book, so even though I haven't met you in person, I can at least say, hey, I know the guy who made this book, man. This is awesome. So
I'm really happy for you to know me and for me to know you.
Yeah, likewise. Well, listen, the pleasure is all yours. Trust me. So there was, and I'm sorry, I know, Curtis, you're more prepared than I am, but is there a contest we need to talk about or something like that?
For the book, yes, there is a giveaway going on right now on Goodreads. I'm giving away 100 ebook copies. And right now, I think it's going on for one more week. Right now, if you join, there are about 300 entries. So, right now it's, you could win one of three chance, of winning the book. So get in there, get your entry in there.
All right, I just posted a link to that in the live chat for the Goodreads. What is Goodreads? And I'm sorry, I should know, but I don't know.
I've learned a lot of this in just the last few months, so it's fine that you don't know this stuff. So Goodreads, there are really three big sites out there. There's Amazon, Goodreads, and Bookbub. And Amazon, they're the mammoth. They're the huge site. And actually, at this point, they own Goodreads. So Goodreads is kind of their social component, and they have lists. They have people who show what they're reading, what they have on the shelf, what they want to read, and they do these giveaways. So I'd say Bookbub is a better place to go if you're looking for bargains, but they are huge too. They have lots and lots of people there looking for books. Goodreads is a place that you should go if you want to see sort of what people are saying about a book.
Okay.
As far as the paperback and hopefully the future hardcover, I don't know if that's cemented in stone that you're doing that or not, but we were talking during our sound test a couple days ago about trying to hit the international markets and being able to sell the actual physical copies elsewhere. What stage is that at, and how long would people in, say, the UK or Australia or Europe have to wait for that? Or
I already have pre-orders from the UK and from a couple of other places. So I have not publicized, I have not made a universal link, which I probably should, which will take you to the right Amazon store for you if you click on it. But I will say, if you know where Amazon is in your country, go there, and the Child of Chaos pre-order will be there. So you can order it now. The paperback and the hardback, you'll be able to order the paperback in the same place on Amazon, whatever Amazon store is in your country. The hardback, it might be there. I don't yet know. I haven't done the research I need to do to figure out how to get that in there as well. That's why I'm saying, come to my site. I'm definitely going to be putting together a hardback. That's my intention. And I'll be selling it out of Mysterium.blog, and I'll ship anywhere.
Very cool.
David Lord in the chat is asking, is there any plans on translating for other languages?
My wife would really like to translate it into Italian. She is Italian. She comes from Italy. Apart from that, not yet. It depends on if there's a real demand, I'll do it.
Part of
my words.
Part of translating to Italian requires a lot of hands in the air. Right? hey, I got your story right here, right? So
that'll be on the YouTube video.
That's cool. Well, we definitely wish you a lot of success for that. Feel free to check in at any time if you want to give us updates on how it's going with sales and things like that. And I'm following you on Facebook. I think I'm following you on Twitter now. And so if you're going to do more appearances, we want to know, and so we can stay on top of that. And it's Mysterium.blog is the best place for people to come, and that's your blog, and your body of work on there. I was looking at your catalog today is really impressive. So if people want to see a lot of the things you've done, Mysterium.blog is the place to go, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of actually behind the scenes stories about the development of a lot of my games. Unfortunately, I started from pretty much most recent to least recent, so I haven't written up a lot of stuff about the Coco stuff because that's so long ago. Mm-hmm. I even have to remember the things to write up about the Coco. And there wasn't as many sort of, oh my God, it's a complete disaster and we have to figure out how to salvage the game stories about that, because it was me. I was making the game, so I had to solve my own problems. But as the teams got larger, there's more of those kinds of stories. Like, I have this client who has these priorities, and I have this client who has completely different priorities, and how do I make everything work? And there's some of the stories, especially for like Unreal 2. It's a really interesting read.
Excellent. One of the things that Curtis was talking to you about too was kind of dealing with Rainbow Magazine and advertising with Rainbow, being on Rainbow. I don't even know where to begin to set this up, but Curtis, you want to help me here, and maybe how do we lead into this here?
Well, I'll mention from talking to multiple companies and authors that advertise their games in Rainbow that some of the Rainbow staff definitely had favorites that they played, and they'd give them different discount rates for the exact same advertising. And that became, a bone of contention with quite a few. And I think it's why the market kind of shrunk a little bit faster than it probably would have normally at certain stages during its publication life. And I mean, you've mentioned in the past some, hinting at some stories on that. And I've talked to Dave Dyes about that and a few others as well from other companies. And it's never been really talked about in public. And this is not meant to be a complete mudslinging. Everybody's human, and everybody has, their biases and their favorites and stuff. And I mean, some people helped support Rainbow in the very early days when they were, literally, a line printer on Lonnie Falk's kitchen, table type thing. So he probably did play favorites with people that supported him early on. But I just would like to hear some of the stories about, how difficult it was to get into that market, how difficult it was to get, the inside front cover and everything else there, and some of the details behind that, how that all worked as a historical.
Right. Sure. Okay. Well, I at this point, I don't really think there's any reason not to say something. I think, I don't think anybody comes off as, the worst person in the world in this story, but it's not something I had discussed up until this point. So I'll just say that. So when I started making games and I started deciding, okay, I wanted to have my own company. And this was after working with Prickly Pear and Mark Data and Saguaro, and making 25% on my games, which was fine. I mean, I learned a lot working with those companies, figuring out sort of how to sell in this marketplace. When I realized I actually was going into college at that point, and I realized I can just pretty much do this all on my own. And I wanted to sort of make it my own entity, make my own vision, because I wasn't, a cactus. Because Prickly Pear, I mean, Saguaro, they told me they just copied Prickly Pear. That's why they're called Saguaro. They just took Prickly Pear's business plan and made them into Saguaro. So I'm not a cactus. So I worked with Prickly Pear, and Prickly Pear was great. I had the best time working with them. And in fact, when they decided, and they were the second owners of that company, they purchased it from the Prickly Pear people who came before them. And when it came time for them to kind of be done, they actually wanted to sell me the company. And I said, that's great. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for Prickly Pear, but I kind of want to do my own thing at this point. But what they did for me was they created a relationship for me with Rainbow. So they were one of the earlier advertisers in Rainbow. And once you get a rate with them, it kind of locks in. And so by creating that relationship, I got their rate. And it was significantly better. And for a college student, I kind of needed that. In fact, if I didn't have that, I don't know that I would have been able to start my company. So I ended up, I think, with a half-page ad just to start with. And then things went really well. I mean, people seemed to like the games. I was writing all my own stuff at the time, so I only had to pay myself, and I had to pay advertisers and pay for the cost of goods. And then it started, getting bigger. I went to Rainbow Fest, and I started getting full-page ads. And there was one Rainbow Fest was a lot of fun because I think it was at the same Rainbow Fest that I met both Steve Bjork and Dave Dyes. And these were my heroes. I had never realized, these people you could walk up and talk to them, and that was really cool. And both of them were very approachable and really nice. And Dave and I really hit it off. He was a nice guy, and he loved the idea that he could kind of come in and help me out a little bit, because he saw me not as a competitor, honestly, but as a fellow games maker. And so that relationship helped me a lot. He ended up giving me access to Roland Knight's assembler and some of their DOS routines, which were invaluable in making games later on. So I owe a lot to Dave Dyes, to the point that when I was in contention for the inside front cover of Rainbow Magazine, Lonnie came to me and said, we're going to give you this deal. And he said something to the effect of, and I had no idea really what it meant at the time, but let's show those guys from Canada what we can do to them. Something like that. And I actually didn't even know he was talking about Dave at the time. But Dave was the other company in Canada. And so this was a big deal for me, because I was a college student with not a lot of money, and he was asking for a significant more for the placement and for a full page there. And so I said, okay, well, I'm going to talk to the one person who can tell me about this. So I went to Dave, and I told him the deal that he was offering me. And Dave was like, that's interesting, because I'm getting charged like double that. And so I realized what I had done. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But he was my friend, and Lonnie wasn't, so I chatted with him about it. And then I found out that he went to Lonnie and said, I know that you're offering the inside cover for this amount, and you're making me pay for this amount. Give me the same deal or I'm out of there. And Lonnie was just really pissed. And so he said, fine, leave. And so that's why for the longest time, there was just nothing on the back cover. There was like a Christmas message or something like that for a number of times. And then I think someone else picked it up. And then he came back to me and said, all right, you can have this deal, but you need to do it right now. And you need to do it with whatever art that you have. And I just couldn't justify. I didn't want to lose out on getting the inside front cover of Rainbow Magazine, but I didn't have anything to put in there. I didn't have a new ad. I didn't even have a color ad. I had, an ad with one color on it, which was red. And I said, well, maybe I can try to make the screenshots and get those into full color and get that on there. But the increase in money that I was going to be paying wasn't enough for what I thought I would be making back. And so I finally had to say, I can't do it. I can't get the inside cover. And once I think both of those things happened, he finally came back to me and said, okay, fine, it's open. Come in and take it if you want it for the original deal that I gave you. And that's when I did it. I created a new ad with all color, full color graphics, and I took that inside cover. And it was the right move for me at the time that I took it. And thank God I didn't take it when he tried to strong arm me into taking it. So that's kind of the story. Yeah, it's that's how that went about.
Yeah, and apparently those kind of side dealings were going on pretty well, from like 83, 84 on, after the initial companies, that kind of backed Lonnie at the beginning there, that they definitely got the preferential treatment, kind of gratis after that, as long as they were in the market still. So
yep.
But one thing about this story that's really heartening to me is that, the collaboration between two, quote unquote rival game companies, sharing tools and assemblers. I think it was Phantasm, wasn't it? The one that Roland did?
Well, I called it Phantasm. I was actually going to bring it to market. And that's the name that I gave it. But because it was so awesome, it was really fast, like 3 times as fast as any other assembler that was on the market. And that's why I really wanted to do it. I was a little bit scared about it though, because I didn't have a personal relationship with Roland Knight. And he's the guy who wrote it. And he was the one who's going to have to help me support it. And so it ended up not being the right thing to do to actually put it out there. But just having access to it and using that development environment was fantastic.
Did you end up using any of Dave's other products, like for doing your graphic stuff? Did you use the Rat Designer package he did, or were you using Color Max or CocoMax, or do you?
I used CocoMax. I think I was just most familiar with that, and it did what I needed it to do. So I was happy with CocoMax. I was really waiting for the longest time for it to come out on the Coco 3. And I think I used Color Max for a little while until CocoMax came out, and I was happy.
Okay, and I would presume you used CocoMax and CocoMax 2 for your Coco 1 and 2 games.
Yes.
Earlier on.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, Ken Reichert in the live chat is asking a question that was going through my head too. Is why do you think he had something in for Dave Dies? Why did he want to say let's get that damn Canadian?
I honestly, I mean, there's something. There was a previous events that happened in that relationship that predate me.
Okay,
definitely.
Okay.
And Lonnie was a kind of guy. He really held a grudge. If you got on his bad side, he would let you know, and you could never. Because he was the top of the heap at that point. Rainbow Magazine was the magazine, especially at the end. It was the only magazine, but he kind of owned the whole world of promotion for the color computer, and he knew it.
Yeah. Like he's the Rupert Murdoch of of color computer. When you think about it, right?
And he owned Rainbow Fest too, which was the place to be if you wanted to sell your product.
Yeah, that's interesting. When what was your first computer? Was the Coco your first machine?
So it was, but it almost wasn't. I actually was. I knew that I wanted a computer. I wrote a game called Beyond the Silver Pane when I didn't even have a computer. I wrote it in BASIC because I was just learning BASIC, and I typed it out on a typewriter. And at one point, I tried to go into like a department store and type it into a computer just to see if it worked, and I never got to the end. So I really, really wanted to write games. And I finally saved up enough money to buy a Color Computer 1. I think it had 4K. And I was babysitting some kids, and they went to a computer daycare kind of thing. It was a course. And so I was there with them. And at the end, it was for the TI 99-4A. And at the end, they said, okay, well, anyone who's here, we have a special deal if you want to buy a TI 99-4A. And I'm like, oh, man, I could have bought that with this deal instead of the color computer. But it was already being shipped to me. And I regretted it until I got the color computer and I started working with it. And to this day, I'm totally glad I did not get the TI.
And you started writing in BASIC. When did you make the leap to assembly? Like, how long were you bang away on that keyboard before you just dived into the deep end of the pool?
Most of my games, my early games, were all in BASIC, and you might not know that because I did a lot of tricks to try to cover that up. I used a lot of assembly subroutines and tricks to make you so you couldn't break into the listing and see how to solve the adventure games by listing them out. And I think it was Kung Fu Dude. That was my first all assembly project. But for something like an adventure game, I really didn't see the need. I mean, you are parsing text and stuff, and yeah, you can write all of the infrastructure to do that, but I had my engine, and I was really happy with that. And what I did was I just tried to speed up the things that needed to be sped up with assembly.
Yeah. That seems like
displaying
a common theme. Yeah.
The text and the graphics, I think for my first, I think you can see in Darkmoor Hold, I'm loading right onto the screen. I didn't even know enough to load it into a buffer and then slap it onto the screen. So yeah, a lot of little things like that ended up being assembly.
Now, what assembler were you using back in the early days? Were you just plain Edtasm from Radio Shack, or did you get a Microworks or something? Or
I think maybe it was I think it was Edtasm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Edtasm on disc, but I might have actually had the cartridge for a little bit.
Yeah, we've had some interesting stories from some other developers in the days, like Rick Adams has talked about when he was developing Temple of Rom. He was doing it all on cassette, and he had to put it on 3 20-minute cassettes to get it to fit. And then he also had his computer overheating, so he had to have a can of compressed air to keep blowing it out to try to save before it crashed.
Or Freon or something like that. It was
So I don't know if you've had any tales like that in your past doing development.
I've had computers that failed at Rainbow Fest and not knowing what the hell I was going to do. And I think I ended up bringing like spares and replacements just in case. But I've never, I think I've always managed to salvage the situation.
Now, I'm assuming you played other games on the Coco too, besides just writing stuff. So, do you have any memories of fond or favorite Coco games that weren't yours?
So like Time Bandits, I played. There was I really wish I remember the game. It was a big maze, and things were eventually coming after you, and it was a top-down, and it was really weird. But it was really fascinating. I didn't know how you were supposed to win.
Didn't we play that recently on Game On?
Are you thinking Death Trap, the one where you're driving the tank around, or?
That might be it. Yeah. It was a tank.
Okay. And you can't shoot.
It was really fascinating and it had a really interesting atmosphere. I really loved it, but I couldn't figure out how to win. I mean, could you even win?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you had to collect 4 stars.
Diamonds or something.
Diamonds, to win.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I had a kind of an issue with a lot of the adventure games on the Coco. And I think it's because, and I have this issue with adventure games in general. If I don't trust the author, then it's very difficult for me to play the game. Because adventure games are very difficult to design. And even my early ones, I don't know that I would trust me either at that point. But it's all about logic. And it's all about, if a player is playing an adventure game and he has that aha moment where he figures out, oh, I have this information from over here and I'm using it with this item that I got from over here and I'm putting it all together and I'm solving the puzzle that's in front of me. And it's like, that makes sense. And it's kind of a twist on what you might normally do, but it's cool. That's great. That's what you're shooting for. But what you normally get is, how the hell is that supposed to work? Even after you've solved the puzzle. It's like I just tried every item on everything, and then suddenly something worked, and that's I really didn't like that. And I think there were a number of adventure games that were just unplayable in the Coco world early on. I would even say like Sierra produced a bunch of games that had restore puzzles, which is you cannot figure out how you're supposed to solve the puzzle until you die, and that's like I've got a list of like 10 different things that you just cannot do as an adventure game designer, and that's one of them.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, if you missed if you didn't pick up a certain object at an earlier stage of the game, and you missed that opportunity, you're stuck. You can't win, and you can't go back because this was before the whole open world concept happened. So it was very linear, and and you could get into these Kobayashi Marus. That is a bad design. Absolutely.
That actually is a different problem. What you're describing is just bad design. Yeah. Because if you don't get the thing that you're supposed to get, and then now you need it and you can't get it, that's just something like that should have been spotted. What I'm talking about is like you walk into a room and you fall in a pit, and there was nothing to tell you that there was a pit there. But now you know that there's a pit there because you fell in it. Right. That's a restore puzzle.
Okay.
And so now you have to swing over the pit, even though there's nothing telling you there was one.
Okay.
Plus, a few of the games, had leaps of logic. Well, I wouldn't even call it logic, just leaps of faith, basically, because you're some random thing that you'd never think of in a million years, is what you have to do to get to this next stage of the game. And there's a few of those too.
I think I wrote up. If you read the behind the scenes story on Deathgate on Mysterium.blog, I talk about this, and I actually talk about my issue with illogical puzzles. And there was one called Dragon Knight, and that one I literally took the disc out and whipped it against the wall. And that was after solving the puzzle. Is after I solved the puzzle and realized how horrible it was that I destroyed the disc.
Yeah.
And then you never trust that author again.
No, and that's the thing. I mean, game design is all about trust. It's like you are asking the player to trust you to create an environment, to create an experience that is going to be good for you. And in fact, I've had a lot of conversations with junior designers about this, where they think that they're in competition with the player. They're trying to create an environment that actually beats them. And I'm saying, you're not even there. How are you going to enjoy beating them? All they're going to do is get beat and not like you for having a bad experience.
Preach on.
So basically, yeah, you have to create something. It's not about you. It's not about you as a designer. It's about the experience that the player is going to have. Make it good. And if you're putting a restriction on players, you have to ask yourself, why are you doing that? Is it important for balance? Or is it just because you think you don't want this person doing it? Because if they want to do it and it's fun, let them do it.
The author obviously doesn't want anybody to buy any more of their games.
Brian Weasler, were you going to ask a question? Sorry, I just want to make sure we're all getting a chance.
I was just going to ask Glenn, was there a game that you were most proud of? Not necessarily maybe the most successful game, but a game that you designed that you consider to be maybe one of your best games that you did?
I would have to say it's Wheel of Time, and it's not an adventure game, but it did have a lot of story in it. It's a first-person shooter, but it used the license, the world, the characters in a way that I don't think people expected, but a lot of people connected with it. And I had just actually started. I've been playing Doom, and I had been playing Magic: The Gathering, and I said, "There's got to be a way to bring those two experiences together." And the end result was a first-person shooter where you had these artifacts that had limited charges that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. So I could shoot something at you, and it would, some of the attacks would actually lock onto you. And the slower it came at you, you knew it was going to be bad if it finally hit you. But it gave you more opportunity to do something in reaction to it. So you might be running all over the map with these things following you, finally find a reflect, use the reflect, and everything would just bounce off you and go back to the person that cast it. And those experiences, I don't actually think that there have been any other games that have really leveraged that sort of offense and defense, playing of magic cards kind of thing in something like an action game as visceral as that was. So that plus the Citadel mode, which is the whole point of that was, I want to be a level designer, but I don't have any talent. What can I do? And the Citadel mode gave you a map and let you customize it with traps and with troops, and then hide your seals, and then other people would come in to try to get it while you're trying to get theirs. So it's kind of a capture the flag sort of thing. And both of those sort of design pillars made for a really incredible experience. And it did really well with the people who knew about it, but it didn't get marketed as well as I really wanted it to.
So did you have a lot of creative control over things like Wheel of Time yourself? Like, did you really drive the entire thing, or did you have other people that you had to kind of, merge their opinions with yours type thing?
So I'm a creative director. And usually what that means is I'm the lead designer. I'm in control of the artistic vision. So I answer to somebody, but it's usually the executive producer. And the executive producer is there to clear problems out of my way. But I'm the one who holds the vision for the game. And so it gets, I'm responsible for a lot in that case. But the more creative people, the more talented people you have working for you in a situation like that, the more you want it to be a collaborative experience. And I learned that kind of early on. I mean, I was coming out of the Coco world. I was an auteur. I was the guy in the basement making my game, and nobody else was going to tell me the way that game should be, and nobody else was really influencing the game. When I got into PC game design, I realized, I started out with that mentality, and then I slowly understood, no. There are lots of people here with really good perspectives on things that I need to incorporate into that vision. There were people there with ideas that you didn't want to incorporate into that vision. That happens all the time. But I learned that the way to deal with that is to listen to everybody, respect what they're saying, because there may be something that you really need to hear in that. And then if you can't do it, if you can't do what they think is a good idea, explain why. Walk them through the process. Here the design is this way, and it will break if we do something like that. I had executive producers, honestly, that tried to do that. They would come and identify a problem and try to solve it. And I'm like, okay, well, I've lived with this design for years now. I'm kind of familiar with what's going to happen if we try to solve it that way. And then I'd have to walk them through the process and say, go ahead, throw the problem over the fence at me. I'll catch it and I'll figure out how to solve it, because that's my job. So there's a lot of responsibility, but it's a lot about people issues too. Making sure that you have a talented team that's invested in the final product that you're making.
That is interesting. I think modern video games now, when you look at some of these big productions like the Assassin's Creed franchise, for example, it is so big, and it's such a big game, such a big story. It makes you wonder, what are the teams? And you're talking about some of the administrative parts of this that I think most game players don't even think about. I mean, what do you think a studio like Ubisoft has to deal with when dealing with one of these major AAA titles? I can't even imagine. I'm sure you've got a reasonably good idea.
Yeah, I actually there was an opportunity to work at Ubisoft for me. I was thinking about working on the Rainbow Six franchise, and I ended up not wanting to go to Canada. So I stayed here, and I actually started working on Star Trek Online at that point. But
what's with all the Canadian hate today?
I have nothing against Canada, but I did not want to go to Montreal. It's just too damn cold.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. That's where Ubisoft was. Yeah.
Should have asked for Vancouver, BC.
I really I've worked with the huge teams. Unreal 2 was a big team. I had a lot of people who were not all in the same place, and that creates all kinds of other issues too. Trying to direct people who are off-site. And people problems are a huge part of that. I mean, people have real egos. Like on Unreal 2, we had the level design team and we had the artist team. And the artist team, they figured, hey, we should own the final look of the game, right? That's what you're paying us for. We're artists. We've been trained to do that. But the level design team came up through sort of the traditional first-person shooter, 3D level design way of doing things. And when they were making maps, they owned the final look. And the thing of it was, from a practical point of view, they were the last ones to touch the level. So it was hard to tell them, no, you can't own the look of your level, even if what you're doing looks good to you, because the artists are there to provide that expertise. And so for a while on Unreal 2, even before I actually joined the project, there was kind of a civil war forming about who actually owned the look of that game. And it's like a million of those kind of interactions and conflicts that you have to. Yeah, there are two kind of. I learned at working at Legend. There's two kind of people who are, and that is someone who comes into a room that's on fire and helps to put it out, or someone who brings in a bunch of gasoline. And there's plenty of those.
Now, going into your creative directorship and stuff tier 2, you've worked on PC games. You worked on the Coco games originally, of course, but you've also done some mobile games. You've done massive online multiplayer games. Is there a big difference on how you have to conduct those types of projects versus the PC gaming market, or is it basically the same thing, just on scale?
Every project is its own disaster. I mean, so you learn something from every single game you work on, and you hope you don't make the same mistakes twice. But I mean, the fact that every project has its own team means it's got its own challenges, because every team has its own individual quirks and talents and, things that you want to capitalize on in order to make the best possible product. And it could be that this team, shouldn't make the game that they've been assigned. At Legend, we were lucky in that we could kind of choose. I would pitch product, and I would do so based on the people that I knew I had in my pocket. What were their talents, and how could they be best applied? Wheel of Time was kind of, sort of launching off into the deep end, and we didn't have any of those people. I had to figure out how to build the team for that game without knowing how I was going to do it. Luckily, I had some artists. I had some incredible artists, and I used that to create some shots that sold the game before it ever existed. And if I hadn't had those, no way anyone would have taken me seriously. So luckily I had enough expertise in one area that I was able to sort of bluff my way through and get expertise in another. That's how we got the Unreal Engine, is we showed those shots to Mark Rain, and he said, God damn it, we need to make that in our engine. And Tim Sweeney, the same thing. As soon as I took the shots and I showed him, we went to his house. We were the first licensee of Unreal. And I showed him the shots, and he didn't even really listen to much after that. I mean, Tim's a really, really interesting guy. He just started recreating some of the shots in his engine as we were talking. That's how fascinated with it he was. And then when we finally made the prototype and showed him the prototype for Wheel of Time, he said, that's the moment, he said later in an interview, that's the moment he knew that licensing his engine to other companies could see lots of new content that they couldn't make in their engine. And that's where he knew that licensing could be a real deal, a real place for them to focus their time.
Cool.
Did I answer your question? I don't know. I just went on stuff.
It partly did. I was just wondering if there's any major differences between the standard PC market and then also going for the mobile market, because you've done some mobile stuff, and also the massive online games like Star Trek Online. Is there a big difference with the way those are handled?
They're completely different. I mean, so mobile was a huge learning curve. I mean, so massively multiplayer games, they're their own thing. You actually ship a massively multiplayer game, you're breathing rarefied air. They're way more difficult than you think they are. And if you want to tackle one, then you better be ready for what you're signing up for. People aren't really doing that anymore. I mean, it's like there was a gold rush when World of Warcraft came out. And even just before that, that's where everybody wanted to do a massively multiplayer game. But they were really, really hard. And then in mobile, it's all about networks. And what I mean by that is you can spend a bunch of money creating a mobile game and no one will ever see it. Because you have to spend at least as much on marketing, because it's the people who own the networks where you can get users, get eyeballs. They're going to make all the money off of your game. You're not. And so it's only the people like King and Zynga at one point. They had their own networks, so they weren't beholden to those gatekeepers, and so they were able to make money. But a lot of indies just weren't able to make any significant dent because of discovery. They couldn't get their products in front of people.
So, was that mainly because of the carriers and stuff, or was that more so just because the market exploded so large that there's so many competition to get eyeballs on?
Right. So yes, the carriers were an issue really early on, even before the iPhone came out. They were the gatekeepers. In fact, I worked a little bit in mobile at a company called Hands On Mobile. I worked on a poker. It was a poker MMO actually. We created a whole casino and anyway. I wasn't there long, but I learned there that the carriers were the gatekeepers. You had to have the carriers on board, otherwise you'd never get onto their lists. And those were the little feature phones. You'd flip through and see what they were promoting, and if you weren't on that list, you'd never get seen by anybody. That was nasty. Now it's those networks, and I don't know if you've seen, if you play free games, you'll see ads popping up on your phone, and some of them are video and some of them aren't. But the way they get those ads onto those free games is through those networks. They're ad networks, and they just they populate tons and tons and tons of games. But buying space in those ad networks can be really, really hard. And I'm actually now just learning about the whole landscape of ads in Amazon and Facebook and Bookbub and Goodreads and all that. It's a whole different game that I know nothing about. I don't know how to set up bids for ads, or how to target my perfect reader. I don't know any of that stuff, and I have to learn because I'm going to launch a book.
So for a lot of entrepreneurs, the fun of creating a company is the fun that they get. Once the company's up and running for a while, they kind of get bored and they have to go start another company and sell this one off type of thing. Have you been kind of along that line too, or do you like to see not just the project through to the end, but to keep the vision of that company going, like you obviously did at Sundog for a few years, but is that still the case these days?
Now, so I don't want to say, my first initial reaction is I couldn't care at all about that. I am not about making companies. It's one of the reasons I joined Legend, and I was able to be part of a larger group than me. I am about the product. That's really all I care about. I mean, I don't want to be the guy marketing. I don't want to be the guy even producing. What I want to be is the guy coming up with the design, or coming up with the story, or directing the art, and creating something out of nothing. That's what pushes me to do everything that I do. Running a company is not interesting. I will do it if I have to, and I have in some cases, but I'd much rather work with talented people making a product and then, figuring it out after that. But that's
You're
just
definitely
not
more
what
on the
motivates me.
creative side versus
There's no question. I learned that about myself really early on.
And then I just wanted to ask, this is going back to the Coco days there, like I was taking a look through the ads in Rainbow, and you mentioned like you did the original 5-page ads and stuff. It looked like Sundog had actually moved around a few times between a couple different states, and then of course you ended up on the West Coast. So were you following your career at that point, or were you like, was that schooling that was causing that, or just wanderlust, or what?
Yeah. So so when I first started, I think Sundog always was out of my dorm room in Penn State. That's where, I actually used that address in my first ad, but the dorm room wouldn't take mail addressed to Sundog Systems, so they returned everything they got sent there. And I didn't know it for the longest time. I just thought I wasn't getting any orders, and so I finally confronted them about it, and because somebody complained that they got their order returned to them, and they said, you can't run a business out of your dorm room. You can't accept mail to Sundog Systems. So I said, fine, all right. I changed the ad to my mother's house, to my parents' house, and that's the address that I used. And then I created for her a stamp, a rubber stamp that said forward to, and then my address in college. And so everything she got, she stamped and sent on, and that they allowed through because it was addressed to me. So that was my first address change. And then after that, after college, obviously I wasn't going to stay there forever. In a dorm room. So I moved to Virginia and that's where I joined Legend Entertainment. And so that was my address for a while at Legend. And then I think one of the questions that I saw on the sheet was what happened sort of after that. And someone else was selling my product when I sort of, ramped down. So I was still active even when I was at Legend. I think I had a New for 91 ad at that point. Now we had Contras, which was its own nightmare. Contras, boy.
Yeah, we'll get into
that. And I did it for a while, but I mean, Legend was, they didn't use the term back then, but it was a startup. It was a fairly new company, new products, and people were working really long hours. And so that's kind of what was expected of me, especially as a new guy coming right out of college. And so I worked a lot of hours there. I really didn't have time for Sundog Systems. And at that point, the market was declining so much that it really didn't make sense. I couldn't really program. I didn't have time to program in it anymore. And I wasn't even really doing a lot of that at that point. I was mostly selling other people's games through Sundog. And so when it got to the point where I just really couldn't spend the time on it anymore, this offer came to buy a non-exclusive license to sell the product, to sell my games. And at that point, what I really cared about, honestly, was getting all of my authors paid. I wanted to make sure that they got some kind of compensation to sort of wrap up their experience with Sundog Systems. Because honestly, I think you cannot find an author that had a bad experience with Sundog Systems. I was always fair. I always paid my bills. And people really enjoyed that process. So I wanted to make sure that they got paid. And so I can't remember how much it was, but I made sure that every one of my authors got at least $100 out of it. And I think I made like a lot less than that for mine. But at least I sent them off and they were happy. And so at that point I could focus mostly on Legend, and that's, where my career was at that point.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. How you doing on time, Glenn? Are you exhausted? Are you cool?
I'm fine. I mean, as soon as you want to move on to another segment or something,
No. Well, I was going to say we should probably take a break because we've been going at this now for a little over an hour. So we'll take a commercial break and we come back. Curtis, what would you like to focus on? And the people in the audience too, let us know what you'd like to. Your career is so extensive.
I've got some specific questions on Coco products because, of course, we're a Coco show, so I wouldn't mind getting some of those out of the way, and then maybe just cover some of your experiences with the PC side of things too. Some of the big titles you worked on there. We haven't even talked about like Glee and some of the other stuff too much yet here on the show. So
right.
All right, so we're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back. We'll have some more Coco questions. I'd definitely like to hear some more about the PC side of things too. And if the guys on the panel, if you can think of some stuff you'd like to ask Glenn, those who are watching, if you have some specific things you want to know about, get those questions ready. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for being here, Glenn. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week? Please welcome Old Benny. Old Benny Hansen. He started with microcomputers back in 1976. Ensign Rutherford bought his first silver Coco in 1982, and in 2000 wrote the Return of Coco emulator. Hippie Trail said he never had a Coco back in the day, but did have a TRS-80 Model 1 and 3. J.R. Blade Jerry is a coconut from way back. K9 Kraken, Will Nielsen, says he started gaming and learning BASIC on the Coco at age 9 and is now waiting for the Gimme X. John Vella says the Dragon 32 was his first computer and he's now looking forward to trying out the Coco Pi. Also a special thanks to Alpin Grace, Voice on Tech, CoCoTALK patrons David Ladd, Jim Rye, Paul Fiscarelli, Rob Inman, and Terry Steggy for boosting the Discord server. Join us on Discord at discord.cocotalk.live. See y'all on Discord, everybody!
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale price for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At Gsoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gymes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
And we are back. Thank you, Glenn, for being here. Our guest of honor right now is Glen Dahlgren.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
We mostly know Glenn from a plethora of games he's provided for the Tandy Color computer, but his career spans many decades, many products, many platforms. L. Curtis Boyle's with us from the Color Computer Games List website. And Curtis, you've got more questions. I know Rob Inman has some questions I think everybody wants to hear about the Contras, and I'm sure there are.
There's a few of the mystery things to talk about there.
Other things. So, Curtis, why don't you
we
take
have
it
a
away?
question from the We have a question from the chat too.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. You want to handle that?
Erico just wanted to know if in your adventure game, did you ever hide anything, an Easter egg or anything on the help command or anything?
Oh, geez. Not on purpose. Maybe there's something on the disc that I didn't intend to get on there, but I was not a big Easter egg guy. In fact, when we released like Wheel of Time and Unreal 2, the level designers would sneak those in there, and I hated it because they wouldn't tell me. And I would find out about it, like, suddenly you're wandering through a Wheel of Time level and you come across Abe Lincoln. It's like, what the hell is Abe Lincoln doing in a Wheel of Time level? So I was just not a big Easter egg maker. It was hard enough making a game. I didn't really want to spend the time making something that people, wouldn't see. It wasn't really on the main path.
And in that case, you and Mark Siegel of Tandy actually have that in common, because when the microprogrammers snuck in the Three Amigos picture and Control Alt Reset, they didn't find that out till they already started burning ROMs, and he was livid. So,
yep. Yeah, and it's the way I look at it. It's like I don't have a problem with them. I actually really enjoy that kind of thing. What I have a problem with is not knowing about it and not knowing that people won't happen upon it. That who are not looking for it, because if it interferes with the actual experience. And believe me, some programmers and level designers and stuff, they're not, they don't cover their footsteps as well as you might hope. So if they ended up putting something in there in the main experience, that's where I have a big issue.
So for you, it would have to be something that was designed to be part of the game in the first place, and for it to be worthwhile even trying.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly not going to assign Easter eggs to anybody to go in and do, because I'm very cognizant of the budget and the time. We need to get the game out, and we are always under time pressure to do so. So I'm always cutting things. I'm never putting in Easter eggs. But my point is, so if you decide to use your own time and create an Easter egg, but you screw up my game by doing so, that's when I have an issue.
Okay. I know, like, some of the Coco programs, like we were mentioning the Gonabwana thing too, where Steve hit on the actual disc when you bought it, an ad for Gonabwana 2, because he was planning on doing that, and of course the whole deal fell apart. And there's been a few others. Dave Edson from Aardvark used to put little hidden messages in every game he did. It just became a tradition for him. So it's definitely interesting hearing that there's definitely different mentalities on whether it's worthwhile or not. I mean, there's famous ones like Warren Robinette and Adventure for the Atari 2600, because Atari wouldn't let authors have any credit with their names attached to it, so he snuck it in as an Easter egg, just for himself. But it's interesting to hear that. Yeah, you don't really think an Easter egg's cool because you found something that nobody knows about, or not too many people know about. But on the other hand, if it does screw up the main experience of the game, what are you doing?
That's right. It's all about risk versus reward. I love discovering those things. The thing that I like as a designer is looking through in the tiniest cracks of a game and knowing that the designer was there before me, knowing that he knew that I was going to go around looking through here, and he gave me something for doing that. And that I love. It's not really an Easter egg so much as it is just really good design. And I really
a reward
appreciate
for
that.
the player, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That to me, that is.
And that makes repeat sales.
Absolutely. Because
it makes for good repeat playthroughs.
Yeah.
People go looking for those things.
Yeah. One of my favorite game systems was the Sega Genesis. And basically most of the games were the platform genre. But there were good platformers and there were bad platformers. And a good platformer does kind of invite and reward the exploration rather than following the road less, taking the easy path. If you go off the beaten path and you look around, if you're rewarded for doing that, that encourages you to want to do more than that. And like that, you just said it really well, that it's nice to know that the developer was there before me and knew and left this waiting for me. That, it makes it worthwhile. I hate completely linear gameplay,
Yeah. And you feel like you wasted your time if there's nothing there.
Yeah.
And you want to explore. I mean, that's, as a game player, that's one of the things you want to do, because you have this great big open world or whatever. You want to explore it, and you want there to be something at the end when you get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you like seeing discovering surprises and stuff too, where something you weren't quite expecting, all of a sudden, oh, I've got to go further now because I've seen this type thing. So.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Now, speaking of sales a little bit here, like all of your first batch of Coco games was all adventure game based. So I guess the first question on that is the Hall of the King, was that originally designed to be a trilogy? Like I think each game took 2 discs by itself because of all the graphics. Or did you do the first one and kind of see how it went, how sales went, and then you decided to add the sequels afterwards? Or did you pre-plan that whole thing to be a trilogy?
So I think a lot of my fascination with fantasy started out with Dungeons and Dragons. So I played D&D in high school. And I was one of those guys that was actually making modules for other people to play. I really liked doing that. Hall of the King was a D&D module that I made. So I had it planned out as a D&D module. And then I kind of figured out how to take elements of it to create a computer game. But I think Whitefire of Eternity was like that. And even Star-Lord, I think, in Quest of the Star-Lord started out as a tabletop game. So I kind of, I think when it came to what have I made that I've that has sold that Prickly Pear wanted, and I think they might have actually come to me and said we want another one, and I said okay, sounds good. And each one I got a little bit more content in there, and even on the third one I started getting some machine language in there and some animation. So each one started getting a little bit better. And actually, after making adventure games for PCs, I look back at some of those and I'm like, they are so short. It's like you can't fit any content on a floppy disk, even if you've got 2 of them. It's like you're done with it in just like an hour of play almost, depending on how hard I made it or how impossible the puzzles were. And if you didn't guess the right verb to use or something. But yeah, it's incredible. I watched a playthrough of In Quest of the Star-Lord, and I was just amazed at how quick it went.
Yeah, I mean, adventure games now, like it's hours and hours, days and weeks to solve. And back then, if you knew what you're doing, you can get done in 15, 20 minutes if you do all the moves.
That's right.
And then along that line too, like a little bit later on, like when you started Sundog is when you did your first arcade style game, which was Kung Fu Dude. Now, was that a conscious decision because the arcade market was probably bigger than the adventure market, which is a bit more niche than that? Or was it you just wanted to explore that genre, or did you actually like arcade games, or what?
Yeah, I was a fan. I mean, honestly, that's why I do everything. If I enjoy something, then I kind of want to do that. I mean, it draws me to it. So I liked, martial arts beat 'em ups. And so I wanted to make one. And so I made Kung Fu Dude. And people actually were like, why would you call it Kung Fu Dude? And I said, it sounded good. It sounded a little weird, but it was memorable. I mean, you remembered Kung Fu Dude. So yeah, and actually, yeah, I liked it. And I used that as a basis, and I learned more and more and more. I made Kung Fu Dude, and then I made Warrior King as we went to Coco 3, and then I made Kyum-Gai. But it was the same basic construct. I just tried to get better at it. But I would play games like Ninja Gaiden and Rastan and those kind of games in the arcade, and I loved them. And so I wanted to make them.
Yeah, like Rastan kind of fits your motif of liking fantasy adventure games, because that was a fantasy adventure arcade game type thing. So
that's right.
I imagine you probably like Gauntlet and stuff like that too. Then
some
reason, or like were you into the role playing? Like you were in role playing in Dungeons and Dragons. Were you in the role playing games like Ultima, and I guess Dave Dies, of course, did Gates of Delirium and some of that type of stuff, or was that just a bit too involved? Or
yeah, I tried and I couldn't get into them. They were probably too demanding in terms of the time required. So I was never a real RPG computer guy. In fact, I was looking at Darkmoor Hold, and I think one of the questions you had about that was what was my inspiration for that? Was I looking at MUDs? Was I looking at other games in the time? And the truth is that no, I actually kind of evolved that out of adventure games to me and D&D. But there really wasn't anything that I was looking at, any like computer role-playing games that I was a fan of at the time. That's not what I was exploring in that direction. It was just, it seemed kind of fun. But if you see like the evolution for me, so the evolution for the fighting games was Kung Fu Dude all the way to Kyum-Gai. But the evolution of that particular kind of game was Darkmoor Hold to Champion. Champion was the game that I was trying to make with Darkmoor Hold. And it just, it was a lot easier to play because I wasn't forcing you to type in commands. And it's still, it was a fairly simple game, but I think it was more enjoyable.
Okay. Is there any other questions in the chat here before going to my next one? Or?
We did have a question
yeah.
from the live chat from David Croker. He says, I'd love to hear some game design thoughts of Warrior King and Kyum-Gai. Those were 2 Sundog system games I played most. I still have those original red discs.
Kill you and kill you often. That would be the game design thoughts that I had about this game. I mean, I went back and played those, and I realized how unfair I was. In fact, I think that's how this whole thing started. Is someone posted a video of them playing Kyum-Gai on Facebook? Yeah, and I had to weigh in because I couldn't believe how unfair I was to people. I mean, I'm the junior designer that I should have been yelling at about killing the player. The truth is that Warrior King was worse because I kind of had it in my head that you needed to learn. It absolutely had restore puzzles in there. You just didn't know if you were going to leap off this cliff, if there was going to be something for you to leap onto. It was off screen. So you kind of had to learn that there was a little island there for you to land on. And if you didn't the first few times, that was okay. I'd make you start again. That was extra gameplay, I guess. But I look back at those things and I think, I never would make a game like that again. At least not as nasty. But the kind of games that they were, I loved. I mean, I loved having a little character. He gets better. He gets weapons. He gets abilities, and he gets more cool and more powerful. And he gets to fight stuff and explore these sort of, they're kind of platformer levels. But I never really made a platformer. It was more about the double dragon Rastan kind of kill all the enemies sort of thing. So I guess that's where those came from. I just liked it.
Now, this is an interesting debate I've had with some other people recently too, and I wanted to get your perspective on this. The games, I think, back in the 80s on all platforms were much harder and much more kill the player type thing. Like you really had to pixel perfect jump to get to a certain spot, and now it's much more okay, we'll give the player a lot more slack. Do you think that was just because of like hardware limitations and stuff back then? You had to make the game difficult in different ways, or is that just been an evolution of gaming itself that you're no longer trying to kill the player, you're no longer trying to make it so pixel perfect to get something done?
I think it's a combination of both, honestly. I mean, back when I was making those games, I was figuring out how to make games, and so if it worked, I was happy. And the pixel perfect jump, I probably should have felt like I should have had a better barometer for whether something was unfair, but I didn't. And people still seem to have fun with it. So I guess I wasn't, I would do it differently now, but at the time I think it was fine. And I think at the time there was more of a mentality that was, it's okay to screw over the player. And you look at like massively multiplayer games, there was a real, when they first started, permadeath was a thing, and being really hard on your players, punishing them for doing the wrong thing. That was a real thing. People had to contend with that. And there was this old school group of thinkers that said it's okay to really screw over your player because they deserve it if they do the wrong thing. But then people like Blizzard came out with World of Warcraft, and there were still like, runs to get your stuff if you died, corpse runs. And I think players liked it better when there wasn't as much punishment. I mean, that makes sense, right? You want to have fun. You don't want to get slammed over the head every time you do something wrong. And that has helped to sort of form my philosophy of game design, which is create an experience for the player that they're going to enjoy, not that's going to make me feel good about tearing you down.
Yeah, because I was discussing with some players on some other podcasts recently, because, I mean, there's some younger people coming into it, and they think a lot of the old games, especially the European ones, because they even did this worse than we did here in North America, that there's this whole mentality change, because back then it was like the puzzle solving, be able to figure out that pixel perfect jump and getting just the right twitch on the joystick at just the right time to make sure you got it. Like that was your sense of accomplishment. But today's gamers, they play those things and they're just horrible designs because you die 5-6 times in 10 seconds, and then you just say, I'm not playing this anymore. And you throw the joystick or the disc against the wall type thing. So
if you make a game like that, you are making it for a very small audience. Though there are going to be people who are proud of the fact that they can, they figured out how to beat your game despite all of the challenges that you put in front of them. And I think Dark Souls is sort of famous as a game that's really, really hard, and yet some people really like that about it. So there are people out there who want a hard experience, but most people, if you want to reach most people, and as a game designer, as a writer, as anybody who's creating entertainment, that is your goal. Of course, you would like to make money on it somewhere, but the goal really is to reach as many people as possible and to have your work speak to as many people as possible. That's all I want to do.
Okay. So basically, from what I'm hearing there is that basically the mentality of the developers now has changed over the years, that you want to engage more players, I guess more casual players, it would be one way to put it, because we're getting people that you want to jump into a game 15 minutes because they got a little bit of free time type thing, then jump back out and come back to it later, as opposed to I have to make it through every single level to hit this one pixel perfect jump I missed last time 3 hours ago before I had to run through all these levels again. So I think the actual design mentality has actually changed over the years somewhat too.
Yeah, I think that may be true, but I don't think it's, as you see different formats for games, I think the challenge is always, how do we make the best possible experience for the player? And I'm just thinking about like VR. There was a whole period where, screw you if you can't, if your stomach can't handle it. I'm not going to create a locomotion model that for you. But the truth is that a lot of people had that problem, and you don't want people to be throwing up after playing your game. So you're going to work to try to make the best possible experience. You're not going to, make it impossible to play. I can't see an upside to it.
Okay. And then continuing on your Coco history here. So when the Coco 3 came out, you had a couple games, arcade games like Kung Fu did on the Coco 1. You even had digitized sound effects in, which was really cool for the time. When the Coco 3 came out, were you like super excited when that came out, and you had just a whole plan of things to do and things to try, or had you started already thinking at that time, because the Coco 2 market had started to shrink a bit by that time, were you already thinking of maybe jumping ship to something else?
No, I was still definitely, I was all in for the Coco. I think when it came out, I probably had the same reaction that a lot of people did in developing, which is, number one, wow, it's going to be faster. That's cool. I really wanted more speed out of a Coco. It's going to have more colors. That's cool. But also, I know how to develop for the Coco 1 and 2. I don't know how to develop for the Coco 3. And, I'm a full-time student at a college, and I'm trying to make my way. Am I really going to be able to take this on? And but I think everybody has that reaction when they're faced with something completely new. And the truth is that I loved the capabilities, that it opened up. It's hard for me even to look at my Coco 1 and 2 games now, because the Coco 3 games are, they're in color effectively. And so it was a big shift, and I loved the jump.
Yeah, like you mentioned before on your Mysterium blog post there, you had the whole stack blasting thing when you're doing Warrior King, because you're trying to get the graphics going as fast. Because one thing people didn't realize at the time, we've got this new screen, it's got 16 colors, it's got more pixels, it's 4 times or 5 times the size of the original one, and I've got to double the clock speed CPU. So you giveth and you taketh away type thing. Like now I've got to move 5 times as many pixels with only twice as much speed. You can do palette animation tricks and a few things to help, leverage that a little bit. But I think a lot of people didn't realize, with all this extra graphics, they actually would slow down. So you had to discover new techniques to get the game speed back up using the higher graphics.
And I won't ever purport to be like the graphics master. There are people, I'm sure there are people in the audience who are way better at moving pixels than I am. I know some of the tricks that we did back then was like, you'll see on a Warrior King or Kyum-Gai screen, there's a huge border around them. I'm not moving those. I'm not redrawing those because I don't have to. And if I did, it would be really a lot slower, unless I was doing some hardware tricks, which people do, and it's fantastic.
Contras did, yeah.
Yeah, Contras did. But even some of the early Daikon games, I think you did the same thing. They just limited the amount of screen space by putting up some kind of interesting ornate border. So I didn't have to redraw as much. So yeah, I had a lot to learn about moving things. And in fact, you'll notice that on Warrior King, there's a flicker. And that's because I am redrawing it, but I'm not syncing it to the refresh rate. And Dave Dice told me, why aren't you doing that? And I said, do what? And so he told me how to do that. And I'm like, oh, geez, I can't believe that I shipped a game with that. And I had no idea why I was flickering.
Well,
And
the funny thing is,
so on Warrior King as well, you'll notice his heart is beating. And that's only because I'm shifting between two different pictures. His heart beating is not animation. It's just, it's one way on one side and one way on the next screen. And I'm able to gauge frame rate that way, just while watching his beating heart.
It's actually interesting you mentioned like Dave Dye's, because I've actually went on a little project last year. I don't know if you've heard about the 639 processor. It's kind of a sequel to the 689. It has a bunch of extra registers and speed and stuff. And I was going through and optimizing some of the old Coco 1 and 2 games to use the new CPU. And I was going through some of Dave's stuff. So I went through some of his really old stuff up to his more modern stuff. You could watch his programming techniques change. Like the first, he was doing like a load A story, to copy something. Then load D, store D's faster. And then when he gets to Marble Maze, he's stack blasting like crazy just to, so he can move the full screen at once. So I'm imagining you went through the exact same learning curve. You just got, some tips from Dave a little bit ahead of time to help speed up the process.
Yeah. After he laughed at me, he clued me in.
And then the next game after that, arcade wise, I guess it was Kyum-Gai.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess one question that's always I've always wanted to ask is the digitized voice at the beginning that announces the title of the game. Is that you kind of distorted? Is that your brother or who?
No, that's me. I just shifted it a little bit. I'm actually the voice of Sinistaar as well.
Oh, okay, cool. And then after, like you can notice a speed increase between Warrior King and Kyum-Gai as well. And but then after about a year or two later, from what I understand from being at Rainbow Fest and talking to Kevin Darling about it, was kind of a challenge because a lot of people said you can't do a real arcade game under OS 9 type thing. And then he worked with you, and then Eddie Coons came in and kind of cleaned it up afterwards to finish the game out. How did that all come about? Were you one of the people that challenged him and said you can't do a decent arcade game, or was that from other people, or how did that whole situation come out?
So no, I think it was Kevin Darling that came out and said, excuse me, it is possible to make an arcade game under OS 9. And people were basically telling him he was crazy. And I think he actually came out and said, listen, give me an arcade game and I'll port it. And he made it, he sort of did it sort of to the public. And I remember Game Point came up and said, okay, I'll challenge you. If you make a game in OS 9 and it's good, I'll market it. I'll sell it for you. And I'm thinking, what the hell is that? What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, if someone makes a good game, you'll sell it, sure. I mean, you're a software company. And I figured, what the hell could it hurt? It's not like, the things that I'm doing are trade secrets. Sure, why not? I'll give him the source. Let's see what he can do. And so I gave him all the stuff. He actually made a significant amount of progress, but then at some point he just stalled. And it wasn't because it couldn't work. It was just, I think it was a time thing. It was a schedule thing.
Yeah, he got, from I remember the story there, he basically had like the core done in a few weeks or something like that. But then his job took him elsewhere because he was doing ports for the Atari ST and a bunch of other stuff. He got hired, so he had a bunch of private contract work and just couldn't finish it.
And it was such a shame because he had done a lot of the core work, and it's like, he won't be able to prove anything. We won't be able to show it off, and I won't get a new product out of it, which I was really looking forward to, actually having an OS 9 game. And so Eddie Coons came in and was really nice, came in and finished it up. And that was awesome. And so we actually got an OS 9 game out of it and proved that, yeah, you can play an arcade game in OS 9. So.
And what was your opinion of OS 9? Just because I'm heavily involved that side of the community myself here. So of course I got a bias, but I thought I'd ask somebody honestly.
I don't have that much experience with it. I never spend a lot of time because I was always about coding to the computer rather than coding to an operating system. And I never really used the Coco too much for like productivity or other stuff. It was all just about making games. And so I think I graduated to the PC at one point, and that became sort of my computer of, do everything else on. So I don't really have an opinion aside from the fact that I always thought it was slow.
Yeah, we've been working on that, but
another 20 years you'll get it.
I did want to mention one thing actually before I forget. Like Kevin Darling, when he did talk about the project afterwards, he said you had some of the cleanest looking source code he'd ever seen from a game developer. So he gave you like huge compliments on it. I guess a lot of people just don't bother commenting nothing, and it's just like you have to figure it all out.
I commented everything, and I'm not even sure why. It's just that's sort of my personality. I wanted to make sure I knew what was going on. Oh, and I think part of it had to do was I was a comp sci major at the time, and so I sort of had that mentality anyway. I mean, I was learning in my comp sci courses, and I was sort of applying some of that. I didn't ever want to look back on my code and forget what the hell I was thinking when I wrote it. And so, yeah, it worked out because I ended up giving the code to somebody else.
I have to admit, I'm the same way. If you've seen my source code, it's commented just about every line. Because this happened. I mean, I developed Nitrous 9 from 92 to 2001, and then I kind of retired for 15 years, came back to it. And thank God all the comments were there, because I would have had no idea what I was looking at.
Exactly.
Now, after Kyum-Gai came out, then you settled back as far as not doing the actual coding anymore. You did some, digitization. You did some help with graphics and stuff on some of the other products that you ended up selling. I'm guessing that was because at that time you were starting to work at Legend and starting to work on the PC side. And you just didn't have the time, or were you busy with college, or? Yeah, so it was finishing up PSU, and senior year was rough. I had some hard courses, and actually I was I was in some really high level drama courses at the time. They didn't know what to make of me. I was the only comp sci student in these high-level drama courses. That was really weird. But at the time, I actually was able to use like SoundTrax and Kyum-Gai as coursework. I got college credit for Kyum-Gai as my final for my graphics course, my computer graphics course, and I got credit for SoundTrax for my independent studies course. So that was awesome. That's why I was able to keep working on computer stuff at the time. But I think part of it was that at that time, Sundog had been established as one of the premier game makers and distributors. And so people started coming to me and asking me, would you like to sell my game? I got a lot of submissions of things I never I never sold. But I got a few really good ones. And like, I think Thelda was something that I didn't have anything to do with producing. That was Eric Wolf, I think, or somebody else.
He actually had a bad experience with another distributor that didn't pay him, and I was like, well, we don't have that problem. And he was like, well, can I still work with that other guy? And I said, if he's not paying you, why would you still want to work with him? I think you need an exclusive arrangement. And once we did that, it sold really well, and he made a bunch of money that he got paid. And so, I've had basically the same arrangement that I had with Brickley Pear and Mark Data and Saguaro. I paid 25%. And I just had a program that just, calculated every sale, 25% of it went to the author. And so it worked out because people were looking at Sundog and they knew that the stuff coming out of the company was quality. And so, and Sinistaar came out of that too. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, the whole story of the Phantom software. Yeah, nice to get that on the record.
Real quick, because this just occurred to me, and maybe answer it later. But the name Sundog, at some point in time, it'd be interesting to know where did you come up with that name?
Yeah, sure. It's fairly straightforward. I wanted a colorful name, and so I just looked up synonyms for rainbow. And Sundog is an atmospheric effect that happens on the side of the sun if certain conditions are correct. And I just thought that was kind of cool, the idea of sort of a legendary creature called the Sundog. And so that's why I made the logo into sort of a rainbow ending in a dog. That's how Sundog came to be. But as far as Sinistaar goes, this was a little bit after the whole blow up with Lonnie and Rainbow and Dave Dyes. Dave Dyes was still very interested in the color computer, still wanted to be involved, but wanted nothing to do with Rainbow. And actually, there was a time when I was selling Dicom products through Sundog because he was not selling them anymore through Rainbow. But he still, wanted to, he said basically, I kind of want to make a game, but I kind of don't. And I said, you should do it. Why not? And he said, well, if I do it, I don't want it to be 128K. I said, fine, make it for 512. And I think it was actually one of the first 512K games that was released because he just didn't want to try to squeeze it into 128. That's it. And so, but when he worked on it, he said, like, nobody can know it's me, especially not Lonnie, because then he might have an issue with it actually being in the magazine. But that was his deal. And so he created the whole idea of Phantom software. And until I think it was about, I don't know, maybe a year ago, I never revealed the fact that Dave Dyes wrote that product. But at that point, I figured, I think enough time has passed. It's kind of okay. Statute of limitations is up. So he made it. I helped him a little bit with it, just like on some production and the audio and some of the graphics. I think I actually made the graphics for the Sinistaar face. But he did it all, and it was great. It was a really fun experience.
Yeah, like I interviewed him by email, like, oh God, must be 15, 20 years ago, and he gave me permission to put all the Diacom games up for download. And he kind of hinted that he might have been involved with it, but he would never say anything officially. So
I hope
probably because
it
was still too new.
Yeah, I hope I didn't let any cat out of the bag. But at this point, I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think he'd be okay with it. I haven't talked to him in a while there, but I mean, he told me he was telling me the whole Lonnie story even back then, and he said, I don't want that to come out because there's a lot of people from Rainbow still around that might take personal offense to it and stuff. But now, to me, it's history. It is something you don't want to lose, and we've seen tell-all books of all the other major computer companies and software companies. So this is not unique to the Coco world. This happened everywhere.
Absolutely.
Now, as far as the other games, like you started selling stuff like Contras and Photon and Graph Express and Crystal City and Xenix. Now, Crystal City and Xenix were both originally done by Ghost of Software when Jeremy Spiller was selling it through them. And then they came to you. So did all of these people come to you to get distribution, or did you pursue any of these after seeing the games in action? Because you thought, this is really good, I'd like to sell it?
So Jeremy's games were, they were fantastic. I mean, they were really fast. They were really clean. They were a lot of fun. And GoSub, it was his company. So he wasn't selling it through GoSub because GoSub never had it. Maybe he did have an ad.
He did briefly. Yeah. Then he started selling it elsewhere.
But he actually sold it through a number of distributors. I wasn't the only one. But the quality level of the products was high enough that I thought, this is something I wouldn't mind actually putting some marketing dollars behind and giving it a place in the Sundog lineup, even though I didn't have an exclusive arrangement with him. And I think he was the only one that I ever did that with. Everything else was always exclusive. And so I think we were one of the first people to push Crystal City. I think that's about when I made that arrangement with him. And so with that as sort of the reason to go after that, I said, okay, I'll sell that. I'll sell Xenix and I'll give it a prominent place. And I think he saw most of his sales through us.
Yeah, I would say so from what I remember seeing at the fests.
Yeah. And I think I met him at a fest. And actually a lot of these relationships and a lot of these deals happened there. Just you happen to, meet the people that you've been dealing with and hey, what's going on and what do you got working? And so stuff like that definitely happened.
Yeah, like Dave Dyes that you mentioned before, he was always really friendly. And because we were fellow Canadians, we always hung out together at the fest. Mm-hmm. And he'd take us behind the booth and he'd show us, he's doing some other light gun games that never came out. Like he had a Wild West one that he was working on, and he was showing us all the little bits he was adding in there. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. I mean, that was one thing nice about the Coco market. I don't think we were quite, with a few exceptions, as cutthroat as some of the other big 8-bit and 16-bit computers at the time, where literally the companies hated each other. So you get fired because you went and visited somebody else at some other company type of thing.
Yeah, maybe they were bigger business, like the Apple II or Commodore. Maybe they were slightly larger markets than us, and maybe that fostered more of a demand for the slices of pie. But
plus we were always the underdog computer, so we helped defend each other. Like no, we are a decent platform type thing. So,
but you're right. It was always a really good community. I really, it's one of the reasons I think I stuck with it is because I really enjoyed the people so much.
And one thing I'll have to say I'm proud of is that we still have that today. We've been on other podcasts with some other other computer bases like Amiga and stuff, and they always compliment the Coco community on being such a friendly community. There's not all this infighting like they do see in the C64 and on the Amiga and a little bit on the Apple side. Like we seem to be a much more close-knit, friendly community for whatever reason that may be.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hope it always stays that way.
Ben Drake's had a quick question. Buzzard bait or Lancer?
Oh, you went there. I can't believe you did that.
I mean, I don't know what landmine I'm about to step on, but I think I have to say buzzard bait.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been an ongoing, thing here, and there's definitely some camps. Like
I'm sure.
Myself, I'm on the Lancer side. I preferred the physics. I mean, the graphics and the sound are better on Buzzard Bait. I will give it that. But to me, the gameplay just seemed a bit smoother. But it's personal preference. Really. But yeah, it's been an ongoing joke. We're planning actually, because Nick and I both have birthdays in November. We're gonna have like a head-to-head game on challenge with both of them. And settle it. And of course, we'll end up, deciding Pegasus and the Phantom Riders is actually better than
Yeah, that'll be it.
We should also mention that Ben Drake's is Omni, or the Vertex Omni, the demonstrator. So he has a real appreciation of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, he's working with a company that does live demos of a VR rig. It's kind of got a treadmill base, and you got a helmet and the whole 9 yards. But what he's actually done is he's done a number of videos where he has taken color computer games through an emulator and run them through VR.
So I can't even imagine that.
Like
he's done the Phantom Slayer, the Ken Callis
Phantom Slayer, yeah, where you're actually walking on the platform, you turn, you shoot the whole bit.
Yeah. So Ben has kind of pioneered taking Coco and Dragon games and doing videos of him on YouTube doing them in VR, which is really cool. Kind of like the past and the future.
I never would have called that.
Yeah.
we didn't either. We just discovered him on YouTube because I was doing my search for stories, for Coco. What happened this last week? And all of a sudden I see this guy in the 3-year, the big, helmet rig on, and he's in this enclosed circular platform with a moving treadmill that goes in all directions. And he's playing Phantom Slayer, and I'm going, what the heck? Now he's become a regular in the chat. So,
are you working on any new game projects now, Glenn? Have you got anything in the works?
No, I've been focusing mostly on. I did some freelancing for a couple of companies in the VR space and in the AI space, but nothing really happened there. I mean, they were more pitches than they were actual development, so I don't expect to actually see those games out there. I've been focusing on the book and teaching. And a little bit of freelancing here and there, but the book has been the focus. It's my new launch. It's the new product that I have, and because it's been such a long time since I launched anything, and I'm really enjoying the idea of putting something that I really believe in out there again.
Sure, I'll just bring that up again real quick too for everybody to see. But yeah, the book is called The Child of Chaos, and there are links to it here, but you can find it on Amazon. You can pre-order the ebook. You can get real books and all kinds of stuff. So make sure you check all that stuff out.
And I'm actually getting reviews from all sorts of authors. Like Lee Sheldon, he was a writer producer on Star Trek Next Generation. He gave me a really wonderful review. Christy Marks, who actually was a writer on like Conan and Red Sonja and Gem and the Holograms. And a bunch of stuff. I mean, she worked on everything. She gave me a really wonderful review. And there's a couple of very famous game people out there who are reading it right now. I won't name them because until I get a review from them, I don't want to out them. But I'm hoping for some big drops there too.
That's cool. That's cool. Sorry about that, Curtis. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I've only got one other Coco question to ask before we get onto the PC side, but I thought I'd also mention, because you just brought it up too, that you've actually been teaching some video game designing classes at the University of California, Berkeley. Now, you didn't do it this last year, and of course, COVID's kind of screwing everything up for everybody.
That's exactly why.
But how did you get involved with that, and what exactly is the program for those that don't know?
So how I got involved is I answered an ad. It looked interesting, and I just wrote to them. And it's really weird because I'd never taught before, so I really didn't have any teaching experience. So I was a little wary, even just going in and seeing if that was something I wanted to do. I was kind of scared of the process. But the place that I work is called Summer Fuel, and what they do is they create an experience for high school kids that are coming from usually internationally. There are some Americans, but it's from all over the world. It's kind of really cool how they come from everywhere. And every summer there is it's a month-long course it's kind of like it's a summer camp for those people who go to the University of California, Berkeley, and they get to live in a dorm for this period of time. They get to sort of explore San Francisco, but they have courses. They have their morning and evening classes, and they have workshops. So it kind of gives them a taste of what college is going to be like without, while still making it just, kind of like summer camp. It's still really just a lot of fun. And one of those courses was computer game design. And the person that did it before me kind of came at it from a more like, hey, let's play with an editor and sort of make a game. And so, and see what comes out after all that time. And that's, I know I come from a programming background, but that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do, I didn't want my course to be bug fixing. And that's effectively what it would end up being, I thought. So I made it all about design, discovering the sort of fundamentals of design and working through, how do you take an idea? How do you examine that idea? How do you fix problems in that idea? What are the things you need to know? What are the games that you need to be aware of? And then at the end, they all present. They come up with their own idea. They figure out how to create a pitch deck out of it. They tell me what their inner loop is. They tell me what their monetization method is. They figure all that stuff out, and then they present to the whole class. And actually, on my website on mysterium.blog, I put a couple of I don't think the whole presentations there, but I took a few of my favorites and I put the title page up there from those people. I talk about the whole course there, but I take that and I add it to a bunch of labs where we're just playing games. Usually they're tabletop. I mean, it's a computer game course, but game design is really universal. Just learning the fundamentals of what makes good game design. You can tell that from playing like Liar's Dice and Dixit, things like that. And then I also take them on field trips. So I take them to MADE, which is the Museum of Digital Entertainment in Oakland. And that's great. They've got every game ever made. I don't know if they have a color computer in there. I told them they had to get one. I don't think they did. But they have everything else. And it's great. And they're all playable. They have systems for all of them. So you're able to just point at a game on the wall and then go and play it. And so the kids have a great time there. And I take them to the Art Institute, San Francisco, which they have a whole game design wing where they actually have like scholarships for people who play Fortnite and some of the other big games out there. They have teams, but they have whole sections where it's just 3D art and game design, and the walls are plastered with it. It's fantastic. And then I also take them to an actual developer. So I think the last couple of years I went to Glue. They're a mobile game developer, and they're usually the whole experience is a lot of fun.
The companies that you take them on the tour, like this mobile developer you're talking about, do they get something out of it too? Like, do they get a?
I think it's just community outreach. I mean, they really enjoy showing off a little bit. I went there, and the first year I went to Glue, Tom Hall was there. Tom Hall of Doom fame, and he just happened to be working there, and he's the one who presented to my kids. I'm like, Tom, how's it going? Because I'd seen him a few times at GDC, at the Game Developers Conference, and so we got to talk after that. But it was awesome to give those kids a chance to hear game design theory from the guy who made Doom, or one of the guys who made Doom.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, maybe if some of the kids actually came up with such a cool gem that maybe some of the mobile game developers, hey, maybe we should hire you to, design a game.
Yeah, no. I mean, I will say though that coming into it, most of the kids, I'd say, who would consider getting into game design in a field, as a profession, and maybe 2 of them out of I only had like about 10 kids. It was very, very small classes. But at the end, like 8 of them put up their hands, and I thought that was a success.
Absolutely. They got so enraptured with it, they did want to pursue it afterwards.
Yes, after that they were exposed to enough of the splendor of game development that they were interested in potentially pursuing it.
Cool. And then back to the Coco for one last question. Of course, this is one of the burning ones, along with the Sinistaar, the whole Sinistaar secret thing, is the fun of Contras. And now we've heard a bit of this from Jeff Steidel independently. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing his name right. But basically, he took the project over, and he actually had it on his resume on the web for a while. And he how did he word it? Taking over someone else's mess, I believe is his exact wording. Yeah. So since you actually had to deal with the whole project as a whole, and this actually was several years late. I think you were advertising in '91. It finally came out in '93 or something like that. Yeah. So what is the whole story? What happened there? Was Doug just overwhelmed, or just beyond his abilities, or what happened?
To be honest with you, I don't think this is going to be the story you want it to be. I don't even remember a lot of what was happening there, but I will say that, I mean, there was Doug, who started it, and he had a lot done, but he just wasn't really that focused on it. And I mean, it kind of worked, and it looked really promising, but he just couldn't bring it to completion. And I would say, you know, any programmer coming into somebody else's program that they have to fix is going to not think much of it. I will say, you know, Doug had a lot of the basics down, but his style was never going to match Jeff's. But I swear there was somebody else. I swear somebody else came in between those two that tried to fix it, and I cannot remember who it was, but I think they gave up. They tried for a little bit.
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but anyway, Jeff and I started working together, and it's been a while, so I'm not entirely sure if, I think I was working with him on Photon and GraphXpress at the time. And I said, you know, now that we have this relationship, it's clear you know what you're doing. What would you think of finishing up the Contras? And he was like, well, I don't think I would really like to do that. But he took a look at it, and I guess he viewed it as a challenge, and he finished it out. And thank God, because I think, you know, I don't know that I had been advertising it at that point, but it's very possible I had, and just got flaked on. So, you know, thank God he finished it up, because I would not have been able to get in there and finish that up. I know it. It just was not in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's actually a very good game, and actually there's a totally un-Coco related channel that was actually covering all the versions of Contras for every single home system and the arcade games, and they actually found the Coco version, and they actually played it all the way through and won it, you know, right through to the end. But they discovered a bug that even Jeff had mentioned in his resume, because Jeff, when he was doing the finishing of it, I guess he was kind of by himself. I don't know where he was based at the time, but he had said that he could not test two-player because he had nobody else to play the game with. So some bugs, if you have two players, are actually it'll lock up in a loop, and you'll keep hearing sound effects and stuff going, but you can't do anything. So
yeah, I was a little worried because I never got to the end. I'm like, I hope you can. I hope it's possible.
Yeah, no, they actually have the video of it doing it. I've had a couple other people like just writing to my website that said they've won it. They sent me screenshots of the winning with the scrolling credits and stuff like that at the end. And I think Paul Thayer's actually completed it too, if I remember correctly. The guy who's playing Kyum-Gai when we started this whole conversation to get you on. So
yeah,
it's a very good game, and it's actually one of the top. It's also a 512K game, and it's one of the top 5 arcade clones I think I've seen. And it was definitely based on the Nintendo version, not the arcade version, which actually have fairly different gameplay. There's none of that 3D stuff where you're running the hallways and stuff. But.
Right. Yeah. It came. The end result was great, but it was so late in the lifespan of the Coco that it never saw the success it really should have. I mean, if it had come out, even 6 months before that, it would have done so much more.
Yeah, it was at the very, very tail end. But I remember you guys were advertising it like a good year or two before it actually came out, and it just kept getting extended.
Yep. I remember.
One
Definitely
quick,
ambitious project. Like one thing that really impressed me about that game was the sound routines. And I don't know if that was Doug's work or Jeff's work or a combination of, but they actually had digitized samples, almost like a mod file playing in the background. It wasn't just the normal 4-voice music like Xenix or something used. It was, drum sounds and chords and everything else while you're getting your simultaneous sound effects playing at the same time. So you're actually having 3-4 voices at once. And that's one of the very few games that has gone that far out to have a running real soundtrack on a Coco, as well as all your explosion sound effects while doing hardware scrolling and everything else at the same time. It does lag later on when you're getting into busy parts of the game, but very ambitious project.
Yeah, and well, Jeff, I don't remember if it had that early on. I suspect it might have tried to do that, but Jeff, that was sort of his wheelhouse. I mean, he was a graphics programmer, and he made GraphXpress was kind of amazing for what it was, and he was the perfect guy to go in and finish that game, and I'm really grateful that he did.
And Photon, I mean, it's an original game. It's got great soundtracks on it, huge amounts of puzzles and stuff. It has a digitized, smart-ass Lidvide guy, going chastising you between screens, which is awesome.
And it's got a typo on the cover.
Yeah.
It actually says addicting, something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I think I still have that manual actually for that. But that one actually, I did see. I think you guys had actually talked about doing an official PC port at some point. And I saw an unofficial PC port. I actually had a copy of. It had none of the music, none of the speech. The gameplay was there. The controls sucked, but it was basically a poor man's version of it. Did the PC version ever actually come out?
No, and the reason that I was considering it is because I was at Legend at that point, and occasionally we'd have like, brainstorming sessions of what game we wanted to work on. And I said, well, listen, there's this really cool original game that I made. Well, I mean, that Sundog Systems produced, and I thought it would be kind of cool to release that on the PC. And I talked with Jeff about it, and I talked with Legend about it. But I think Legend was an adventure game company, and it wasn't really in the business of making games like that. It was interested enough to start those talks, but not really enough to take a completion.
Okay, so the only port the PC saw was this unofficial one that somebody had done.
Yeah,
and I had it in the 90s. I played it for a while, but I've lost it, and it seems to have disappeared from the web. So I don't even
Good.
know anymore. And I think that's about the only questions. Obviously you Sundog shutting down. They were already in newspaper format, I think, when you guys finally quit advertising, and obviously you were busy at Legend, etc.
Yeah,
and starting into your PC career. So I do have some questions on the PC side. Is there anything else in chat?
Curtis, I think Brian Weasler did.
Just a quick question related to the Coco. Do you still own a Coco?
Oh yeah.
Or do you? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I actually started going through storage not that long ago, like within the last couple of years, and brought out all the Coco stuff and set it up, and managed to get one of the systems actually working. Because a lot of like a disk drive on one didn't work, and another one wouldn't power up. So I have a number of non-working units, but at least I got one piece, one element to make a whole working system.
Well, if you need upgrades, we've got many people in the community that can get you like 2 meg and a 6 or 9 and get you right back up and running. So. Actually, I guess that's one last question I would ask on the Coco side of things. When you get to the point where you're kind of retired from being a full-blown game designer, and I'm assuming you'll want to keep doing your novels if they're successful, would you ever consider going back and just doing a retro game? I mean, we've got cross-development tools. You can assemble a program in half a second these days. Is that something you'd ever consider doing just for a fun project? You'd probably make a tiny bit of money. I wouldn't expect, to make a mint on it. But
yeah, well, if I ever did it, it wouldn't be to make money. I mean, the thing about it is, I mean, if you look at the progression of my career, I really enjoyed programming early on, but that's something I actually gave up, like 20 years ago. So diving back into that I'd have to be really motivated to get back into that. I'd have to relearn a lot in order to be successful there. And I sort of shifted into sort of a different mode, which was I really enjoy the design. I really enjoy creating stories and worlds and experiences. And I really like working with people who are better than me to bring those to life. And the idea of going back to sort of one man, one show, it works for a book, but I don't think I'd want to do that again. I don't think I would be happy with what I ended up with. If I did that. I really like working with the team, and I really like pushing boundaries on better and better systems. I think the next game that I would want to make if I did it would be VR.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. That's actually a fairly common response. Some of us are just kind of the retro nostalgia type thing, and the fact that as you mentioned, because you're working with huge teams all the time, I think the era of having a single programmer that can crank out a game that actually is admired is pretty rare these days. There's a few indies that manage to do it once in a while, but basically you need Hollywood-sized teams now to do things.
Well, that's not true. I actually would dispute that. I mean, first of all, let me just say I have nothing but respect for the people who are making games for the color computer or any other retro systems. I think that it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of knowledge, and a lot of dedication, and I really do respect that. And the fact that stuff is still coming out for the color computer gives me a lot of hope and joy knowing that that's the case. But I will say that with the advent of smaller development systems like phones and even maybe not the Quest VR system, but like tablets and things like that, team sizes have it ballooned up to the point where you had to be like a major studio in order to make a game. But then it came back down again. Smaller teams were making games, and honestly, that's I think where the sweet spot is for a lot of experiences, because you go in, you play a small game on your phone, EA didn't make that, or chances are EA didn't make that. It was a small team. And you see some of the storytelling games that are out there. They're all small teams, but some of them are fantastic. Some of them, create an atmosphere and tell a story that you wouldn't find a major studio willing to take the chance to do a game like that. So I would not say that we have sort of launched off the cliff and now only major studios can make these massive Hollywood budget style games. There's lots of indie games and there's lots of smaller teams out there making some really fantastic stuff.
And do you think that's limited to mobile at this point, like tablets and phones?
No. I think PC as well. I mean, you get on Steam and you'll see a ton of indie games on there too. They have to be of a certain level in order to get the attention necessary to attract people to buy their game. But I think the PC and I would say that another major development that has caused that to be possible are engines. So like Unity and Unreal, though you can have a small team with those engines, which don't cost anything until you hit a certain threshold of sales, that you can actually make something really fantastic, really polished, and do it, with a small number of people and a small budget. I think that third or middleware changed everything as far as small teams are concerned.
Okay, that's a good point. I hadn't actually thought of that. I thought, like, once you mentioned the mobile market, I was going, because actually you have far more devices to sell to in the mobile market than you ever have on the desktop market.
That's true.
I mean, you can just pick one platform and it outsells the entire combined Mac, Linux, Windows side of things. And that's just one phone, and then you can get onto some other phones as well that are selling just as much or more. But I hadn't thought about the fact, like Steam and stuff, or the fact that these engines are actually available, that you basically, as long as you have a pretty good artist and you have a good, creative director type of thing, that you can actually come up with a good game with a small limited team. That's actually good to know. And I think,
and you see some real experimental games like that too. I mean, like Flow and Journey and things like that you would never see coming out of a studio, which is awesome.
Yeah. Rob Inman's asking, has your son played any of your Coco games?
So yes, but not a lot.
Okay.
I mean, I think at one point I had it set up and I said, here, play these. And they're like, okay. And then they played and they're like, all right, I'm done. So I didn't make any fans out of my kids.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
But I think they respect the fact that, those games exist and I made them. And, yay, Dad.
Yeah. I'd like to see... I'm a big fan now of... Are you familiar with a game called Terraria?
I might have heard the name, but I'm not familiar.
So Terraria, it's a modern game, but it looks like it could have played on like the Super Nintendo. It looks like an 8-bit/16-bit game, but it's made to play on like an Xbox and a PC and stuff. So
that's almost a genre.
It is. So there is this kind of 16-bit-ish look. The pixel art look is pretty popular now, and so I'm kind of a fan of people who make modern retro games, and there's a number of them, and some of them are done very well. And I just thought, for myself, if I ever got to the point where I was making a halfway decent game, or if I was going to make a game, I'm going to throw out some stuff on the Coco because that was my first love. But I would love to do a Coco-ish game that you play on a modern game system, like a PC or an Xbox or something like that. So I'm a fan of that genre of game, but I'm also a fan of playing it on current hardware. And I'd love to see more of that. I would love to see more adventure games for modern systems. I think they call it now interactive fiction, and maybe taking something like the point-and-click interface with interactive fiction, so you could play it on your Xbox with your thumb pads and just do things. But I would love to see some of those games that had heart and soul, but brought to a new audience on a current platform. Again, that might be something that you have to do as an indie versus an EA, but I would love to see something. I'd love to see more of that.
There are actually point-and-click adventures out there. In fact, there are Facebook groups dedicated to sort of surfacing some of those games. Small teams are making them, it's still a genre that people really enjoy. Have you played the Telltale games before they
I played a few, and at first I could not wrap my brain around it because I was so used to playing real games. So I think I think, you know what I mean? Like, I think the first one I played was like a Walking Dead one. My wife got it for me for my birthday, and I'm like, oh, great, a Walking Dead game. I'm playing it on my Xbox 360. I'm like, wait a second, what is this crap? I'm not really playing a game. It's more like it's a multiple choice story, and
it's a lean forward TV kind of.
Yeah, but if you understand that. It is actually a cool format, but I didn't understand that when I opened up my birthday present. I was looking for a game that I could play, like a regular video game, like a first-person shooter or something, and this was more like an interactive story. But yeah, that is a cool format.
Well, the previous games that they made before that, I believe, like the Strong Bad game, the Sam and Max games, and even like a remake of Monkey Island. I think they did a bunch that were actual adventure games, and then they made Walking Dead. And then they realized that connected with people. That was their first big real hit.
Yeah.
And so all of their games followed that format.
Okay.
And then that was kind of what led to their downfall. They refused to evolve. They refused to do anything different besides that because they knew that sold. But at a certain point, people got a little sick of it. And so they kind of went away.
There's a couple more questions from the audience.
Go ahead, Mark.
Ben Drakes asks, do you have a favorite VR game or one you want to play? And Rob Inman says, what do you think about Half-Life?
So I haven't played the Half-Life VR game. I want to, but I have a Quest. And I don't know how to make it work with a Quest. It's not powerful enough to play the new Half-Life VR. I think you can do it with some kind of graphics card or whatever, but I would really love to do that because I've seen some great reviews. I think the game that I played on my Quest that I liked the most was the... I don't remember the name of it, but it's the Star Wars one with Darth Vader, and Beat Saber's fun. But I think the Star Wars game was the one where I sort of, and I think I was not alone in this. I realized how much presence made a difference in VR because you're there. I don't know if any of you have ever played the game that I'm talking about. But as soon as Darth Vader walks up to you and you realize he's like 7 feet tall, or he's like more than 6 feet tall compared to where you are there, and he's there, he's right in front of you. That moment that you are facing down Darth Vader is really powerful, and you realize how powerful the experience is that where you are there with somebody, and the idea of bringing people together in VR spaces is really fascinating for me. I'd love to make some multiplayer games in VR.
Ben says you can hook up the Quest to your PC if it's VR capable. Sounds like maybe your hardware though needs a little upgrade.
My PC's pretty good. I have to think about that.
Very cool. Curtis, did you have more?
Just a few bits on the PC side of things. So while you're at Legend,
Glenn, you're still good with us
I'm
monopolizing
good.
your time?
I can't imagine that people want to hear that much more out of me, but I'm happy to be here.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of questions left myself, so if the chat wants to come up with a couple last ones too, they can queue those up while I ask these few.
You'd be surprised.
So while you're at Legend, you got more and more licensed titles from various science fiction and fantasy authors, and we've mentioned like Piers Anthony, Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman, Frederick Pohl, Robert Jordan for Wheel of Time. Were you the main person kind of driving to get those relationships going, or was it the company itself, or was it the authors coming to you guys after you'd had a couple out that were popular, or how did that all work?
So I was not part of that when we first started the effort. That was Gateway, Frederick Pohl's Gateway. So that was all Mike Verdu. He was looking for a way to get an established audience to play our game. So we had done nothing but original titles up until that point. And so Frederick Pohl was our first kind of exploration into licensing. And it just happened to be a literary license because not a ton of people were chasing those licenses back then. And so we did Gateway, and I was actually a designer on Gateway. And that's where I started sort of my PC design experience. But then it became like, okay, that did pretty well. And it landed and was really well received. And so we started saying, well, what else could we do? And that's when I put up my hand. And I said, listen, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this. And I wanted to go after Xanth. I wanted to go after Terry Brooks for Shanara. I wanted to go after, I can't remember them all off the top of my head. And then other people wanted things like Alan Dean Foster. We got, but we never did the game based on. Josh Mandel wanted Spider Robinson's book. I can't remember the name of the book, but it was about a time traveling bar or something like that. And because he was a real fan of it. So, but there were and Deathgate. I really wanted to go after Margaret Weiss and Deathgate. Hey, it's on the screen right now. So I was very adamant about who we needed to chase after. And about that time, we had a few more releases. We were acquired by Random House. And they acquired us because, hey, here's a company that does adventure games based on literary licenses. And we're a book company, and so let's buy them to keep doing that. So they opened us up to the opportunity to chase after some of these licenses. And they gave me a list. After we had I'd done Deathgate, we'd done Xanth and all that, they gave me a list of people that they represented, and they said, choose out of one of these. And I looked at it, and I said, I hate all of them. And so I said, you know what? Someone just actually gifted me with this book called Eye of the World. And it was the first book of the Wheel of Time series. And I said, I want to do this. And they said, we don't represent him. He's with Tor. I said, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to have a chat with him? Maybe he might want to come over to Random House. And they said, that's a good idea. And so they used me as a way to get into his door. And that's when we pitched him all of this, by the way, I've written up all this whole thing on my website, mysterium.blog, and the story behind Wheel of Time, because it's a real journey. But we went there and we pitched him with this adventure game based on his world, and he wanted nothing to do with it.
Oh my God.
And so, and I was like, I had actually designed like a quarter of the game at that point. I'm like, oh, geez, what am I going to do? He doesn't like anything. But then I pitched him this idea that I kind of had in the back of my mind that was Doom meets Magic the Gathering. And he loved that. He thought that was really cool. Because I think he thought adventure games were kind of going out. And they were at the time. They were not where you're going to make a lot of money. But he really liked this idea of a first-person shooter, and he thought there was a market there. And so at that point, Random House said, what? That's not what we're paying you to do. Actually, they weren't paying us anything to do it at the time. They weren't giving us any money. But we're out. We don't want anything to do with you anymore. You're not doing what we asked you to do. So we're gonna, we're just not gonna help you. We'll keep our interest in you, but we're just not gonna do anything for you. So then we started saying, okay, well, if they're not gonna help us, we'll go shopping around. And that's when we went to all of the major publishers out there, including Activision and GT and Maxis and EA and everybody. I went on a road show with Wheel of Time in my back pocket, showing everybody. And when we pitched to GT, they liked it. They liked it so much that they acquired us. They acquired the company, and thank God, because we needed some money in our pocket to make that game. And so that whole relationship with GT was its own story, but at least we got to make Wheel of Time. And what question was I answering you?
I don't know. I've forgotten too, because it's been so fascinating.
You asked if he was
basically talking about the authors.
Yeah, you were
and
asking if he was instrumental in getting them in. Yeah.
Yes. So yes, I was instrumental in going after the ones that I really believed in. And again, like Xanth was one that I really kind of wanted to work on, but didn't get the chance to. But I think that making Deathgate was better for my career. I learned a lot in that process. And Deathgate was actually the first game that I made that was all me. It was my baby from the beginning to end, and I was really proud of that.
Just out of quick.
There's one that was on your LinkedIn too. There's a PS3 game called Rat Race, which you were listed as a design director on, which was described as a game that was story-driven, character-focused, episodic content. So I'm imagining it would have kept putting new updates out constantly. And then Wikipedia mentioned that it had been canceled before release. So I'm just wondering what happened. How far along did the project get along?
So it was a really unique situation. The company's name was Super Ego, and I joined because they had two groups. One was in San Francisco and one was in New York. And the people in New York were the artists and the writers. They had stand-up comedy writers on staff. They were really funny. They had some great resumes. And then all the engineers were over here in San Francisco. And so I came on as a designer, and I was really their first designer. They had been kind of putting things together. The writers were suggesting things. They kind of thought they knew what they were talking about, but they had never designed a game before. So I came in and I imposed a lot of structure, and I created the arcs, and I created what the player was actually doing in the game. And we were a first party product through Sony for the PS3, but they were not funding the product. We were just part of their first party, but we were still self-funding, and we were being funded through an angel investor. So we made, I think, 4 episodes of that game, and it was really funny. It was really cute, and I'm so sorry it never made it out. But it was just about that time that the subprime market crash hit, and our investor just said, nope, got no money for you anymore. And Sony, they were happy to publish us when they didn't have to finance anything. But as soon as we came looking for money, they said, no, that's not going to happen. So it just died.
So it was purely an economics money issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It was a really cute game. I mean, I have no idea if it would have been a hit or anything, but I think it would have found an audience. It was fun.
I just have a quick question as far as like you're dealing with modern games on PCs and game consoles. What are people writing in now? Like, what's the language that people are using to develop modern video games?
Well, it really depends on the platform. I would say that, like, when you're using Unreal, most of it is an Unreal script. And I want to say, I'm going to get myself in trouble here because, I mean, everything starts with C, and it's some version of C that people are working with. And yeah, I don't want to delve further because
that's fine.
I'll probably end up saying the wrong thing.
Some variant of C with a random punctuation mark at the end of it.
Yeah, I think C# actually they're using.
Okay.
At one point.
It could be sweet C++ or something.
I actually had to write my final project in C++ and it was an operating system, and it was the worst goddamn nightmare that I hated it. It was the only thing I ever wrote in C++. I had to learn it just for that.
Yeah.
And nobody ever, they taught it my year, and that was it. Like, they didn't teach it after that, they didn't teach it before that, just for my year. I had to learn C++, nobody else had to.
Lucky you.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
And then the last one I wanted to talk about, and then like if anybody else in the panel can have some other questions for you, please feel free to do so. But we kind of talked a little bit about Glee, and you were talking about getting the licensing for the Journey song, but you had kind of mentioned on our pre-talk test on Thursday that, the whole Glee experience was quite interesting in many ways. And I just wondered if you want to kind of go in the background of how that all came to be and what happened.
Sure. I hope you guys find it interesting.
What was the Glee, for those of us who don't know, what was the Glee project you worked on?
Right. So I joined a company called K-Lab, and they were a Japanese company. I still think they are. They still exist, I mean. And they were making mobile games. And they were making mobile games in an environment where, it's very, very different ecosystem in Japan for these kind of mobile games. Everybody knows, like, these card RPGs. It's just part of their culture. So you say casual card RPG in Japan, excuse me, everybody's going to know what you're talking about. You try to sell a game like that in America, and what the hell are you asking me to do? Like, merge characters, and they eat each other and level up, or what the hell is going on? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And why do I have? Yeah. Anyway, so I joined the K-Lab America studio. So they had started a very small studio in America, and I came on as sort of their producer / designer. And I developed a game. I learned a lot about how Japanese monetization works and all of that from them. And gacha, are you familiar with gacha? The term, Japanese term?
No.
I'm not.
You will be when I explain it to you. So gacha is like booster packs. Or it's like a gumball machine. So you pay for something and you don't know what you're going to get. You're going to get, or a loot crate maybe.
Okay,
is
yeah.
a better term. So
games have
that's, yeah, lots of games had them. I think they're starting to phase them out now because they're realizing, like Japan did, how unfair they are. So gacha in Japan was huge in that they had to regulate them because they were making too much money and people were getting really upset. They have gacha salons, you know, like these literally like these gumball machines kind of things that are, you know, filled. The walls are lined with them. That's how big it is in Japan. And so that's how they make their money. You give them a little bit of money in the app. You give them a little bit of money and you get something and you don't know what it's going to be. The thing that I liked about it, and I like it in terms of games like, you know, Magic or Hearthstone or things like that. I actually really like the fact that you're paying for something and you're getting something and it's going to be important for you or good for you somehow, even if it's not the thing that you wanted. So you get, you know, a card, and even if you can't use the card or it's not good for your deck, you can like use it to, you know, boost another card, make it better. A lot of American games at the time were making you buy things like power-ups, and you'd buy it and you'd use it and maybe you'd get a little bit further in the game, but then it'd be gone. And you'd have that buyer's remorse. It's like, if I had just played a little on my own, maybe I could have gotten over it, but now I paid the money and now I'm out the money. I have nothing to show for it. At least with gacha, you'd have something. So I made a game called Crystal Casters, which was kind of a puzzle game. Have you ever heard of Puzzle and Dragons? Probably not.
Not me, no.
No. So it was huge in Japan, and even a little bit in the States. They had like festivals, you know, with all the characters dressed up, and it was major. I'd done a holiday for Puzzle and Dragons, but a lot of people were copying it, and basically it was kind of a little like a Bejeweled game, little core game that fed into a bigger meta game of this collection game where you're getting creatures. And you plug those creatures into this Bejeweled game and you fight things. You know, it's like a little RPG, but with this puzzle game as at its core. And I made a game kind of like that. It wasn't Puzzle and Dragons, but it was my own kind of core puzzle game. And it was really, really well done. I really enjoyed it. It was original. It's actually one of the first original games I had made in a long time. No license. So I made its own little story. If you go to Mysterium.blog, there's all the cutscenes from that game on there too. It's a lot of fun. And it found an audience, but it was never a big hit. After that, they made a game called Love Live. And Love Live was a bunch of little girls singing in competitions. And it's based on an anime in Japan. And it's huge. It is the reason that they are able to make money is this game called Love Live. And so they said, we need to take this Love Live game and figure out how to make it palatable to the American audience. Because they had done it, they had released it, and it had not really done all that well. People were not connecting with it. They didn't know the anime, and the gameplay was, you know, hard. And so what they said was, what's a title that we can attach to this Love Live game, and hopefully it'll connect to people. And they found Glee. Glee is about a bunch of kids who sing in competitions, and it's attached to a lot of really high-profile music. It was, on paper, it was perfect. It was a great property to attach to this kind of game. And so it became my challenge to figure out, how do I take this Love Live game and meld it with Glee, which are not hardcore RPG players, and figure out how can I attract those fans into playing this kind of game. And so I did that. And I'm actually really proud of the work that I did there. I simplified things. I made it so that people would understand what's happening, and no vampirism going on or weird, you know, card maneuvers. And I was able to tell a lot of the story from Glee. I started out, I had no idea. I'd never seen the show. And I was like, what, you know, I don't think I'm going to enjoy working on this game. But my rule as a game designer is find something about the property that you're going to love, because if you don't, the people who do love that property are going to smell it from a mile away. If you don't have respect for that property, then they're not going to want to play your game. I've seen plenty of licensed games like this that, you know, that people just wouldn't want to play because they don't respect the license. And so I started watching the show, and immediately there were two things that were really obvious to me. One was the writing. The writing was great and really funny and kind of self-aware. And the second was the music. The music was outstanding. They chose some really powerful songs. And so, and the characters were fun, but mostly it was the first two. And so I managed to be able to tell a lot of the story in these little cards, these little story cards that sort of boosted things, but they had little moments from the story. And the end result was an experience that we got a lot of the songs that we wanted. We didn't get a lot of songs, and that's a whole other story about song licensing. But the fans really connected with the product, and I was really happy to see the community that grew around that game. A lot of people really felt like we took it seriously, we respected it, and we loved it as much as they did, and that was the goal. And again, what question was I answering?
Well, just the story of Glee in general, like
okay.
how it all got involved, and the whole. I wasn't aware of the whole history of it being based on Japanese anime, and then trying to translate that for the North American market. So that's an interesting take on. And that's one thing I've discovered with some of these other podcasts from other shows too, that are European centric or Japanese centric and North American centric, is that the game's play that is liked by each region sometimes is violently different from the other ones, and they just kind of shake their heads at stuff we do and vice versa. And there's definitely a culture gap between everybody.
I had more conversations with the Japanese producers about what American culture would appreciate and accept that they did not want to hear. I mean, they forcing people to be as hardcore as Love Live expected their audience to be was not the right approach, and it took battle after battle. There's a lot. Maybe I'll just say, go read the behind the scenes on Glee, because I could go on forever about all the craziness between me and Fox and K-Lab in Japan. At one point, I don't think anybody was talking to each other.
Not too much Glee there, you're saying?
No.
Well, I think Curtis has monopolized a lot of the questions here. We do have a few other people on the panel. Before we wrap up, does anybody else on the panel have any questions for Glenn? I know there's a few of us here who actually make video games too, like Nick Marentes and Paul Shoemaker.
Actually, before we move on, I just want to mention Cindy actually is in the audience.
Oh, is Cindy?
She texted me. Yeah, she's here. So hi, Cindy. Thank you for coming. Cindy is the artist who put this cover together. She's amazing. I love the process, and I love the end result, and I really appreciate her being part of of this whole endeavor. So thank you, Cindy, for coming, and thank you so much for the cover.
Actually, related to that, I do have one other question I just thought of. Is the person on the cover, is that modeled after somebody in real life?
Well, yes and no. We looked everywhere for a photo of somebody that was in sort of that position with the right expression, and we ended up finding a stock photo that looks nothing like this.
Okay.
So she started with something, but the end result is very different from where she started.
Yes. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Yeah, this is a great artwork. Tell us the line again that you said about a cover, how the cover has to sell the vision. How did that go again?
Yeah, there's a lot of rules for a good cover, but the one thing that stuck with me is the cover makes a promise that the book needs to fulfill, and this one definitely does that. And the reason that I bring that up is because there's a lot of ways to go about making a cover for your book in this new ecosystem I find myself in, and one of those is pre-made covers, and those covers can be beautiful. They can be fantastic. I've seen some that that hold their own against the best covers you've ever seen. The problem is they don't actually speak to the story. That those characters that they're showing, maybe if an author buys the cover before they ever write the story, then maybe it does. But even so, there's probably nothing particularly special about it. I really wanted this cover to tell this story. I wanted to use the dice to bring the reader, the viewer, into the story, to make it as dynamic and as interactive as a cover can be. And you'll never see this cover on any other book, because they won't have that character, they don't want to have that dice, it won't mean anything. But for this book, it does.
Yeah, and that's something actually I remember, like some of the old Ace science fiction books from the 60s and 70s that I used to buy and read a lot there. I mean, they'd have a cover that had nothing to do with the story at all. Like it's not even a character that appears in it. It's got a scene that doesn't appear in the book. It's just like, where did you come up with this? Is this just like it's stock paintings or something? You know, somebody found some good Frank Frazetta artwork or something. I don't know.
Right.
Actually, and now with everybody and their brother writing a book and releasing it and self-publishing, there's a lot of demand for covers, and so there's a lot of stock imagery out there. And you'll see the same stock imagery on multiple covers. This is something that gets popular, and then you go to see it everywhere.
That's good that you were in contact with somebody that you'd worked with before that understood you and how you work and come up with something really good for your first book.
I was just grateful that she had the time and the inclination to do it with me. I couldn't be more pleased with how it ended up.
Very cool. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. So anybody left on the panel, anything you'd like to ask Glenn? Nick Morenti is our game designer. Paul Shoemaker, our game designer. Anybody here want to ask him anything? Okay, I think everybody's so used to being muted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is Rob, if any games ended up being developed from the GraphExpress project.
I don't know that any commercial games were developed. I mean, we sold a number of them, and I think people used the environment, but it was never licensed for a commercial product.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was actually something I remember I asked you about this a couple of years ago on Facebook, because I bought in GraphExpress, and then the wording to me was a little bit confusing about the whole licensing thing. So I wasn't sure, like, could I release something if I didn't want to sell it, but I just want to release it as a shareware product or a public domain or freeware project. And I was confused by the licensing terms, the way it was worded, as to whether I'd have to still pay you something just for using the engine type thing. So I don't know if that occurred to anybody else, but I remember at the time, I wasn't sure I could do something unless I, came up with some brilliant thing that would be able to sell type thing.
I'm sorry, but I actually just saw that Doug Maston showed
up.
up.
I just saw that too. Yeah.
Oh, cool! I didn't see that.
So Doug, I don't hold anything against you at all. I'm happy that you laid the groundwork that you did. At the time it was really rough that we couldn't complete it together. And having Jeff come in, save that project, and I appreciate it. But, I still am grateful that you started that project, and I get that it was your first game, and I know how much of a challenge that is. So, don't worry. I appreciate what you did.
That is cool. Thanks for being here, Doug. Yeah, we need to get Doug on now and see where this is your life, right? We planned that, by the way, Greg, just so you know. So yeah, I said Greg, Glenn, because Richard was saying Glenn in the chat earlier. Greg, I'm confused. I'm sorry. It's late.
Yeah, thanks for popping by, Doug. And he was also mentioning that Phantasm was amazing and certainly helped to get the project back on track.
Yeah, it was. I can't imagine making games without it once I started using it.
I'm trying to remember Jeremy Spiller. He had his own assembler. I think he made it. He also tried to optimize the living bejesus out of like Roland's.
It wouldn't surprise me.
So GraphExpress was I heard about it, I haven't seen it, but this was basically a tool set where you could use all these game engines in BASIC to do hardware scrolling and background music and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, windowing, multi-voice music in the background, all kinds of things, sprites.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And I think somebody recently said they started to use it and they just found that they ran out of memory because the memory left to BASIC wasn't that much, So
I heard that. Yeah. I mean, it was very powerful but very demanding.
I remember the manual even mentioned things like you should preload all your graphics and your resources in one program and then chain it to another program to actually run your game because you'd be out of memory by the time you got that far. But yeah.
Did you answer David Larch's question about would you do it all over again the same way?
Which part? Coco?
Probably everything.
Oh my God.
Okay, another half hour.
I will tell you one story that it could have gone very different for me. After leaving college, I interviewed at a number of companies that were they had paid for the opportunity to interview sort of the top students at the school. And at the time, I was like one of the top students in the comp sci major. And so I interviewed with like DuPont and Bell Labs. And Bell Labs at the time, that was a really respectable place to start working. And they gave me an offer, and they gave me an offer of, they were going to send me to grad school. They were going to pay for my grad school. They're going to pay me half salary when I went to grad school. And that was, that was amazing. And I remember going off to Washington State and sitting on the beach, looking out at the water, thinking, I can't do it. I can't write operating systems for the rest of my life. I had just gone through that whole C++ fiasco. There's no way I was going to do that for the rest of my life. I'll go insane. And so instead of taking that offer, I decided to sort of jump off the jetty. And I just wrote to every company that went to Game Developers Conference that year. And at that point, it was like literally 50 companies. There was a one page of companies that went there. And I said, can I get a job with you? And one of them wrote back, and it was Legend Entertainment. And they were on the East Coast. Funnily enough, it was one of the only ones that was. And they gave me an offer. And it wasn't like, the money was less than what Bell was going to give me. But the opportunity to work on games, I was like, you can actually do this for a living. It's possible. And so I had to go after, I had to try it. And I did it. And it made everything. It established my life. And I would not do it differently, because in what other profession, I mean, there are some, but none that I was going to go after. Could you make these stories up, make these worlds up, make these experiences up, and share them with people and get paid for it? So I count myself as very, very lucky, very blessed for doing the things I've been able to do.
Wow. I think that's a great way to end the segment on those words. Those are very poignant words there. That is awesome. That is super awesome. Well, Glen, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate you being our guest today, our very, very special guest, and for giving us almost 3 hours now of content. So that's awesome. We got a lot more show to do, so we're going to continue to filibuster here, and you're welcome to hang out, but you probably have more important things to do with your time, but you're welcome to hang. I can't thank you enough for being here on behalf of all of us who've been a fan of your works for the Coco. And I'm looking forward to your book. I'll be going to your blog and pre-ordering. I want a hard copy. I would like an inscription that says, "In loving memory of David Ladd." David hasn't died yet, but I will always all of my memories about David Ladd are loving memories. So that's going to be the inscription that I would like to have.
You will do insults too, right, Glen?
You will do insults.
Hey, I'll write anything you want.
Yeah, okay. Biggest jerk I ever met.
We'll be happy to write that.
Yes.
To wind up, please check out the pre-order. If you're interested in the book, please pre-order on Amazon. Right now there is a Goodreads giveaway, giving away 100 copies, e-copies for free. It's you have to enter for the chance to win one of those 100 copies, but right now there's actually a pretty good chance you could win. So make sure to check that out. And yes, go to my blog, mysterium.blog, if you want a physical copy and you want it autographed. They will not be available until August 16th. That is launch day. But hopefully everything will be lined up by then and it'll all go perfectly.
Cool, thank you. And also, when we do get to one of your games, which probably will be within the next month, as one of our Game On challenges for the week, we'd love to have your feedback and kind of a bit of a story about the game, or maybe you can laugh at all of us trying to play it and tell us how much we suck.
I'll laugh at my own game. I don't think I'll laugh at you. I'll be laughing at my game.
But we'll try and get in contact. If you have free time to pop in for a few minutes to talk about it, that's great. Or even if you just send us an email with some, hidden stories in the background, or why you did this certain decision in the game or something.
Sure.
That is awesome. All right, thank you so much, Glen. We are going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to be back with everyone's favorite segment of the show. We're talking about, of course, the Game On segment, where we're going to talk about the game of the week. Our star person, Nick Marotta, will be taking us through that. I think we've got a new Coco Thoughts from Samuel Gai. So all this and more after this break. Thank you so much, Glen Dahlgren, for being here. The new book is called The Child of Chaos, available at Amazon and and Goodreads. All the links are in the description of this video. I think we've been posting them in the live chat periodically as well for people to grab onto. Thank you, and we'll be back after these words. So now
Thanks
I
very
gotta,
much.
yeah.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gymes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Alan Huffman of Subby the Software, and you're watching Stevie Fall Off Cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTALK.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Roser, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronics store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
World.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gymes.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
Color Pete, fight the insects in Color Pete. Shoot the bug every time. Go and watch your sport climb. Look out, here's the spider again. Billy, stop, listen, bud. That scorpion is out for blood. Watch the flea overhead. You know it once you dead. Hey there, it's that spider again. It attacks in the night, and you know it's a crime. With a beam of light, you kill it just in time. Color Pete, you've got no friends in Color Pete. Your healthcare, they ignore. Killing is their reward to you. The insects all ganged up. The button got all banged up. Not the spider again.
That's awesome.
Oh my goodness. Samuel
Do you think the younger audience would even know what that theme song's from?
Everybody knows the
We have a younger audience?
Well, Ben Drake's is kind of younger.
Yeah, the younger audience are those 30-year-olds, right? So,
So the spider gets some well-deserved love in that video. Never mind the centipede. The spider is the star of that.
So for those that don't know, from the original Krantz cartoon Spider-Man from the 60s.
No.
That was good.
That was so good. That was.
Here comes the spider again.
We were thinking, how can we possibly top the last one last week? And no, I think he's equaled it at least.
All I can say is that each week these productions are worth the copyright strikes I get from YouTube. That's all I gotta say. So,
by the way, Ben Drake says he does recognize it.
There we go. There we go. Our younger audience gets
He's
it.
gonna outgrow the show at some point, though. Like they're getting really, really good. Like, does he realize that?
Yeah,
the
he's
show
not going to need
making
us
it for?
anymore. We're holding him
Yeah.
back at this point. Yeah. So. All right. So as you saw there from Samuel Gimes, the game this week was Colorpede, a great clone of Centipede. Are you ready for us to roll the results, Nick Marotta?
I am.
All right. Here we go. Rolling results.
Hello, welcome to the Game On results for Colorpede. We had 25 scores this week. Our Alan Murphy, 4,107. Cat Lord, 4,901. David Ladd, 5,014. Mikey, 5,250. Joshua, 8,393. Mark Bosley, 8,951. Tim Halloran, 9,385. The Devil Bunny, 10,428. Ken Reichart, 12,674. Damon Beals, 15,187. David Croker, 24,321. Adam Tandy Guy, 25,497. OG Stevie Stroh, 31,936. Canadian Retro Things, 42,370. Brian Weasler, 55,920. Mr. Dave 6309, 56851. Rogelio Pereira, 61,947. Tom C, 66,292. Jim Rice, 78,640. David O'Connor, 87878, nice score. Buck Owens, 109,471. Frodo, 132,024. Me, 134,517. Tasman, 436,591. And the number one score this week was L. Curtis Boyle with a really impressive 528,630. Thank you so much for all the fantastic score submissions this week.
Game on!
Yeah, game on!
All right. Great
There
score.
we are. Had a great week with a lot of scores. And it was interesting seeing people, the scores were constantly climbing through the week, either among different people or among the same person. They were leapfrogging themselves. So it was cool to see people making progress.
I have to admit, my right hand is still sore from that stupid game. I was going to work in Nitrous 9 last night after playing, and my hand was so sore I couldn't type very much, so I just gave up and went to bed.
I can relate totally to that.
So you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
So there's the score from Rainbow. These are obviously not been vetted, so I can't guarantee the 10 million
10
is accurate.
million points.
But that's what Rainbow reports anyway.
And how do you get a perfect all zero score?
That's exactly.
That's suspect. If it was like $10,364.22, I'd believe that. But
yeah, I'm sensing there was some.
Especially considering Photoshop, stamping wasn't invented yet. So.
Yeah, 10 million
something is amiss
points.
here. And then there's the review for Colorpede. It got good reviews. And this was one of the more pricey titles, apparently, at $34.95 on disc.
Wow!
But well worth with the rising cost of entertainment. It was well.
Look at this here. It says games for the 80C. That is a really dated. That's a dated reference.
There was a big argument back in the 81, 82 era between whether to call it the 80C or the Coco. A guy, Dave Lagerquist from Chromaset, is the one who came up with the name Coco in this Chromaset cassette-based magazine. But a lot of other people said that sounds, childish, and we want something, manly sounding type thing. So the 80C was popular, and it was a battle for about 6 to 8 months in the magazines, not just in Rainbow, but in some of the other magazines too, as to what to call it. And I think if I remember correctly, Wayne Green who eventually published Hot Cocoa, was doing 80 Microtime. He much preferred EC because he was used to the TRS-80 Model 1, 2, 3, 4. He's used to these types of names. But even he eventually caved in because, of course, when they came out with their own Cocoa magazine the year after, they called it Hot Cocoa.
Right.
But, I remember the letters pages were filled with people arguing back and forth of this.
Less filling tastes great. Less filling tastes great. Oh, wow.
And but nostalgia too. Colorpeed itself was the very first game that Intercolor put out, and the advertisements even said engineer designed. Because the person that was actually a fully blown engineer, he wasn't just a kid in the basement type thing. So that was part of their advertising campaign. And of course, they came out with Robotac not too long afterwards.
And of course, Colorpeed brought us the game we played a few weeks ago, Candy Company, as well, which was one of their original games. So,
yeah, Willie's Warehouse they did a bunch Grand Prix Whiplash Grand Prix game.
Now, what is this hogwash you're showing us now?
Yeah, I found this loser with a bunch of videos online playing Coco games, and so I thought it would... So I mean,
I was going to say that looks like Steve Stroh, but it can't because he's got dark hair.
Yeah, well, it's a very young, dashing Stevie Stroh, absolutely. So, I mean, what did you guys think of the game? I mean, this was
I loved it. It was addictive.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I haven't really played it much since I got my Coco, but I played it a lot this week, obviously, and it just reignited my love for this game. How perfect it is as a clone of Centipede.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
This had to be an Australian game. All the insects are trying to kill you.
That's right.
And the spider's the one that always got you. That's about accurate over here too.
It was definitely the most accurate one, I have to say. I mean, there was a lot of competitors, even other Colorpeed or Centipede clones were out before. I think the closest as far as gameplay to the arcade besides Colorpeed would have been Caterpillar by Aardvark, which had all the elements of Scorpion and everything else too, and played quite close, but the sound was very, very minimal. And Dave Edson admitted he didn't know how to program sound, so basically just duplicate the sound command from BASIC. But we also saw like Caterpillar Attack from Tom Mix, which had pretty good sound effects, had gunshot sounds and stuff like that, but you could only move up and down in one spot, and it didn't have the Scorpion or the poison mushroom, so it was missing a lot of the gameplay elements.
This was
definitely the cream of the crop.
That was the first game I got for my Coco, was Caterpillar Attack on cassette. Somebody actually said, "Hey, I got this. I can make you a copy of this tape." I'm like, "Oh wow, this is awesome!" So I got like a game on tape, and it was Tom Mix Caterpillar Attack, and I can't tell you how many times I played that game. I think when we were playing this game this week, when we were chatting on Discord, somebody mentioned, I think it was Mark Bosley, where you could get a segment stuck even in this game. Now, it was notorious in Caterpillar Attack, where you could get a caterpillar head stuck between mushrooms and it wouldn't move, and until you killed it, you were stuck too. The game would just wait, right? But in this one, very rarely, but I remember seeing a segment getting stuck, but then the game would just flip levels anyways.
Did that happen to somebody playing online?
It happened twice to me during my gameplay in that one game.
I heard about that.
When you say getting stuck, what do you mean?
Like it would just, because it got stuck between a mushroom, like you got stuck between a mushroom and the wall, and it wouldn't move. And then if it was the last...
Yeah, the head would just be stuck there, and you could still shoot it and still get points for it, but like Stevie mentioned, in Colorpeed, it actually let you go to the next level if that was the last head segment going around.
Yeah, right.
That was another thing this one did that I don't think any of the other Coco clones did, actually, where they actually changed the color of the mushrooms. Now, obviously, their arcade game had a lot more colors to go through, but this actually went between red and blue mushrooms.
Yeah. That was a nice feature. That was one nice thing I liked about Centipede, and one of the things I always missed in Coco games, even like Missile Command did it too, where the game never changed, but in order to kind of track the progression of your game, they at least mixed up the colors and mixed up the background colors. So what you were doing never changed, what it looked like never changed, but as the more you played, you got variations on your foreground and background colors, and that was at least something. That was something you could look forward to, like, oh, what's the next color set going to look like? As a player, I like seeing what the next palette choice would be, and that was so rare to get that in Coco games. So this one, the fact that we had our choice of red and blue, right? So, and this used both of them, and Polaris does a really good job too of taking the the two sets of four colors and mixing them up so much to kind of simulate that diversity.
Yeah, we even got to the point of nicknaming like this is the night level of players because it's got a dark blue sky.
Yeah.
So So the big scoring opportunities obviously are when the mushrooms go poisonous and the caterpillar comes straight down at centipede comes at you straight down and you shoot it in the head, because each head is worth 100 points as opposed
That's
to
a bit
body
I really
which is worth
love.
10.
Yeah, I
Now,
love
somebody
that bit.
mentioned, and I didn't get to verify this, but somebody had thought that in the arcade version, if you shot the head, the centipede would resume its normal side-to-side trajectory, but I wasn't able to verify that. But I thought the arcade was the same as the Coco, where it would just keep coming down and you get a bunch of points. But
I really liked it when it would come down in one spot, and then straight after you shot, if you stay underneath it and you shoot them all before they get down, then another one would come in the exact same spot, and that happened a number of times, and you could just get massive amounts of points when that happened.
Yeah. Though ColorPeed does try to adjust that a bit. It'll let you that happen like about 3 times in a row, and then it'll move where the ColorPeed comes on, so it hits a different trajectory. So you'd have to adjust and move back and forth. Like you couldn't sit there with just one line going over and over and over until the poison mushroom's gone.
Yeah.
It eventually switch it up on you.
Yeah. And then when they did do that, and they come down to the bottom, they would go back up again. They wouldn't keep on coming down to the bottom, so they wouldn't kill you if they got down to that low level. And it was a really good opportunity just to shoot as many of them as you possibly could without having to worry about getting killed by them.
yes,
Yeah, because once it hits the poison mushroom, it comes down, and then it'll work its way back up the quarter of the screen, like basically where the mushrooms have to be for the flea to come out. But if you take too long, then you get little head segments coming in off the sides, and they come down at you right at that point. They don't snake their way up. So you
get a head segment for every segment that's in your quarter screen, I believe.
Yeah.
And then when that happens, and all of a sudden the spider comes in again, and you forget about the spider, and he comes and nabs you. It's like, oh, that damn spider.
and the flea mechanic in here is very similar to the arcade, because basically the game checks to see how many mushrooms do you have in the bottom, roughly a quarter of the screen. And if it gets below a certain level, then it starts firing fleas to refill that in. So if you end up shooting all those mushrooms away, the fleas will just keep coming out. But if you keep a certain number of mushrooms on that bottom quarter, then the flea won't come out as often.
Yeah, I didn't know the logic behind the flea. I just thought it was something it just did to just because. I didn't realize there was
even
a
the
reason
arcade
for
game
it.
did that same mechanic. Basically, people used to come up with patterns where you'd build certain mushrooms at one side of the screen on the bottom, so you wouldn't get the flea to constantly come out, and then you'd free up the rest of the game space on the bottom for you to move.
If you're still on the video, this is Marin Lee playing.
Okay. Yep. Marlon Lee. Cool. Yeah, I got a chance
it's a very
to play.
good clone, though.
Yeah,
Very
I
good
played
clone.
once or twice this week, and definitely enjoyed playing it again. And this kind of reminds me of like with Galagon. There's a certain games that are they have somehow just captured the DNA and the heart and soul of the arcade experience so well. It really makes you wonder how the hell were they able to do that? You know, we can only guess to some.
We just had a game designer on. We should have asked him.
Yeah. So,
well, you go down to the crossroads and
right. But
in Georgia,
we have heard stories of them just like looking over the shoulders of other players to watch the game forever, just to see what happens as the game progresses and
taking lots of notes.
Yeah.
One nice thing about ColorPeed too is that he tried to do it, because we didn't have sound hardware. Like the original arcade game had that whole thing in the background and that thumping noise, which I think was meant to represent the steps. And he did attempt that. There's that little dun 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 in the background as you're playing, even on this one.
Good job for considering the sound capabilities of the Coco. Did a good job for sound.
Yeah, I would love to see a Coco 3 Centipede clone that could use.
I think that could actually be a
pallets.
transcode, because the original is written on a 6502 with a Poke chip.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely within the technical realm of plausibility. You could do an exact clone.
Right, and then we could, have some actual palleting going on, and maybe a little bit of background samples. It would be kind of neat.
I tried playing it on both one of my Coco 3s and the Coco 1, and I played on the Coco 3 on the one in the background I've got here, the Model 4 Coco 3, and because I didn't have the joystick ports sorted out yet, I had to play it on the keyboard. And then when I switched over to the Coco 1 and started playing it on with the deluxe joystick, I found the deluxe joystick so much better when you had fast things happening. You could get out of the way of things a lot quicker.
Yeah. I tried it on an actual trackball too, because in the arcade it used a trackball, and I've got that big Wyco trackball that Brian Weasler sent me, but that thing is literally using like a pull cue ball, so the ball is really heavy. You've got to like swipe that thing like 14 times to move over like 4 mushrooms, so it's not responsive for the game. But I did try it. I thought it'd be kind of cool to play Centipede with a trackball, but I was like, nah, it wasn't happening. So
maybe it's the way the code read the input. Maybe it wasn't optimized.
It is,
for a
and it's also the way the
device.
Wyco trackball worked. It's more meant as a precision device, not a quick move side to side.
Yeah.
When they did the Microsoft mouse drivers for Nitrous 9 on the serial port, like the Microsoft mice, they had to do the same thing. They called it a ballistic response. If you move at a certain speed, you don't just move as many pixels as the thing registered. You scale it up geometrically. So if I move at this speed, well, I'm going to move 4 pixels for every one the actual controller's moved. And if you do a slower one, well, then you do 1-to-1, so you kind of adjust the speed that way. And ColorPeed would have to be reprogrammed to take that into consideration for the Wyco.
Yeah, because the Wyco was like a cue ball thing.
Yeah.
You couldn't make it go fast. Of course, I guess our mouse had a pinball in it. So.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, pinball, cue ball, take your pick, right? So
they're deadly weapons no matter which one you pick.
Exactly.
As far as strategies, obviously wait for the once you have the scorpion coming up, poisoning the mushrooms, you wait for the lines, and then you can just peg them all off in a row. One nice thing about that too is if you figured out the patterns, as David was mentioning, where they come down the same line for a few in a row, you can pretty well ignore the spider at that point, because if you let the mushrooms stay after you shoot them all, and the next one comes down, and you hold down the button for rapid fire, because you have mushrooms right near the bottom where you just killed off the previous centipede. Your rapid fire is so fast that if the spider tries to come at you from above, you'll shoot it before it ever gets a chance to hit you. Like I found I almost never got hit by the spider during those circumstances. It was when there was no poison mushrooms. I had more of a trouble trying to gauge where it was going. And occasionally the spider does that thing where it bounces on the bottom, only like the first 3 squares, up and down, and the zigzag going all the way across. Those were tougher. You had to run around them.
Yeah. I got done by that so many times.
Very
As we
cool.
saw in our little test we did yesterday. We were all talking about various things, and I was playing along in the background, and the game challenge closed, and I kept playing because it was addictive. Every couple of minutes it'd be like, oh, that damn spider.
That's right. So we had a great turnout again, and over 20 scores again, which I'm really happy about. And
good choice.
Good game.
Curtis came in with the 500,000 at the end, which I thought was.
Now was that just like 5 minutes before supper again too? Was that
No, I played it about 4 times, and I was getting scores like less than 10,000 because I hadn't played the game in so long. I kind of forgot all the tricks. After I kind of got back into the flow, then my game lasted, I don't know, it was about an hour and a half, and my hand was so damn sore after that.
I was going to say, I forgot to make an injury list. We had Tasman and Curtis on the injured players lists.
CoCoTALK does not provide any type of workers' compensation, so
we're not 15 anymore. We can't do this today.
And the worst thing is, it's not even from like hitting the fire button like on some games. This has rapid fire. This is just from like twisting around all the time trying to.
Yeah. I found my right hand and my left hand. The button hand and the joystick hand both were cramping up afterwards.
Yeah, my left hand, the left hand, which I held the button down, actually wasn't too bad. It was the. Actually, no, wait a second. No, I used my right hand for the button and the joystick for the most part. Well, yeah, but basically my right hand is the one that was really it's still having problems today. Left hand's recovered.
Did support keyboard. Did anybody use the keyboard?
Yeah, we had some people demonstrate it.
Yeah. I didn't even know it supported keyboard until somebody mentioned it.
And some people think it plays better that way. I prefer the joystick, but that's what I grew up, doing it back in the day. So I was just more used to it, I guess. But
yeah, like I said, I found the joystick much better when things got fast and you could get out of the way when you needed to. So the keyboard, you were limited to the speed that it repeated when you pressed
Now,
the key.
how about Deluxe versus Black Beauty? What's the scope on that?
I only used the Black. Yeah, I only used the Black Beauty, and I liked it. I just can't get on with that button on Deluxe. I don't like the button on it.
If I still had my old sawed-off shotgun Black Beauty, the one with the old metal stick you unscrew, and then I broke the screw end off, so it was just flat and didn't like puncture my thumb, I would have preferred that because that's how I played it back in the day.
That would have been.
It was perfect. It was like a thumbstick on a modern machine, except an actual full-blown analog Coco joystick. I played with the Deluxe in this case in free float mode.
What about virtual reality? Would this be a good Ben Drake's?
Frodo in the chat there says he played with the keyboard and he preferred the keyboard. I heard that from a couple people actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. When I first started playing with the keyboard, I didn't know what the fire thing was, and I tried every combination. I didn't think of shift, and then I can't remember why, but I hit the shift button for some reason. It's like, oh, that's the fire button. So
that's a load of shift.
And it has a pause key, which is nice because I did need that once.
Yeah, spacebar. Yeah, I needed it once too. I actually got a knock on the door and had to go and do something, and I was in the middle of a really good game.
Yeah, it was good times. Good game.
Yeah, good game.
Does anybody have anything else they want to add on the Color Pete experience they had this past week, or do you think we've beat it well enough? Anyone?
I'm good.
Nick Marotta, would you like to inform us all what game we'll be playing for next week's challenge?
I know you're all in huge suspense for next week's game.
The suspense is killing me.
Next week's game, if I can get rid of this menu, will be
Color Description. Yes. Oh,
it's a top 10 title if I've ever heard one.
I love this
work on
game.
my 1982 bird report.
Oh man!
Did I do on my summer vacation?
Highest words per minute wins.
You'll go far, Fletcher.
I have watched all the long plays and walkthroughs of this game. It's incredible. It's amazing. It's fantastic.
I know this game better than all of the other ones.
And the ending always changes.
That one right up
this
there
game
with
was
that
a real challenge with 4K, I have to say.
Okay, you guys know next week's game is Bomb Threat.
Ooh, Bomb Threat.
So again, for those of you who don't know, this is a commercial game, and so if you don't have a copy, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to part. But we had a lot of people who ordered the game on cartridge and or CD over the last couple of weeks. So now you can pull them out, plug them in, and have some fun.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in today saying, wait a second, I can't play, we promoted this 4 weeks ago. So we gave everyone like 4 weeks to order your digital copy, your virtual copy, or your physical cartridge, which was just released recently by Neil Blanchard, and I have my yellow cartridge, which looks fabulous.
Yeah, re-released actually, because I did sell it in cartridge format a couple years ago too.
So
unfortunately for those of us in Australia, it wasn't an option because it's at the moment with all the craziness with deliveries over the world, it's at least 8 weeks wait before we get anything from the States to here.
Well, I thought somebody from Australia did order the cartridge.
From Neil Blanchard?
Yeah, I could be wrong about that then.
Be surprised if they got it in time. I've had a number of deliveries here from the States that I've had, and the quickest one this year has been 8 weeks.
All we'd have to do is put it on a boomerang and throw it to you.
Yeah, that'd be quicker.
Yeah.
It'll just come back though.
Absolutely.
It depends how you throw it.
Okay. So that's our game next week.
Yes, Bomb Threat. It is.
Excellent.
So anytime you can start. And thanks again, guys, for another fantastic week of fun and gaming.
Fun and gaming.
That was a good one. That was really good.
Good times were had by all. I believe, and I believe I'm not alone on this, but I believe Coco Thoughts deserves another play right now. I believe we need to have an encore presentation of this week's Coco Thoughts. So for your listening and viewing pleasure, to wrap up the whole Color Pete experience, enjoy this week's Coco Thoughts for the second time.
And now, Coco Thoughts.
Not sharing?
By Samuel Gymes.
Not hearing, Stevie. You're not hearing it. Oh, here we go.
Color Pete, fight the insects in Color Pete. Shoot the bug every time. Go and watch your score climb. Look out, here's the spider again. Will it stop? Listen, bud, that scorpion is out for blood. Watch the flea overhead, you know it wants you dead. Hey there, it's that spider again. It attacks in the night, and you know it's a crime. With a beam of light, you kill it just in time. Color Pete, you've got no friends in Color Pete. Your healthcare, they ignore. Killing is their reward to you. The insects all ganged up, the button got all banged up. Not the spider again.
that's a gem.
That's so awesome.
It don't.
We're gonna have to.
No better.
We're gonna have to have a top 40 of Coco thoughts soon.
We can actually do that between Coco thoughts and a few other things. Now we get to have the American. All we gotta do now is just resurrect Casey Kasem, and there we go.
Our own album.
Yes.
We'll get somebody who does a good impersonation.
Okay, and I didn't get a chance to really properly say hi to Tim Holloran. Thanks for being here, Tim. We have shown off some of your videos. You've done some interesting things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you did one of yours was a Coco keyboard cleanup, right?
Yeah.
And then you're now working on the USB power source. So we've shown off some of your videos. So thanks for what you're doing. And thanks for being here. And if you have time to hang out and you're still awake, we'd like to hear about what you got going on. And that way we can hear firsthand so we don't have to sit here and guess, well, is he doing this? And does he have a diode into his doohickey and his dipole and his triangulation and all that kind of stuff? We can just figure out what the heck you're doing and not guess at it.
Sure.
So you got time to hang?
I do. So just let me know when you want to chat about it.
Yep. So I don't know how much news we have. Do we maybe want to hear from Tim before we get into news, or what do you think, Curtis?
Do you want to do projects and updates first, and then we can just do news, and then you guys can just tell me when to cut it off?
Well, we have some Game On news.
There's
too, right?
lots of news. There's 30 plus stories.
All right. So how about we'll do updates and acquisitions, and we'll start with Tim first because he's new to the show, and then we'll do Game On news. And then we'll cover some Coco news until we all
just to clean it up a little bit. We won't get into all of it, obviously.
Well, because we're already at 3.5 hours, and
I'll be brief. I wanted to show off. I've kind of moved on. I don't know whether the camera will catch this, but I have a permanent Coco 2 converted. I'll try to center it here to USB power, completely working.
Okay.
This is a pretty aggressive mod. You have to remove the Q1 transistor, but Discord's great. The server you guys run is wonderful, and lots of folks helped me. The salt chip's a little bit of a mystery, but if you realize that you can look at the Coco 1 schematics, and there's lots of folks who are pretty knowledgeable, gave a lot of help. But this computer completely works. You use a little cord to plug into the back. I'll see if I can capture that. Disconnected power, and then of course your USB power goes right into a power strip, and you could not tell the difference between this and another one, other than it's extremely cool. The hottest thing here is the CPU. The entire left-hand side of the computer is just cold. Runs for hundreds of hours, and really just plug it into a power strip and it works great. So making some progress, and please reach out to me. I'm trying to recruit some hardware savvy folks to try this out. So if folks are interested on Discord or Facebook, please reach out to me and I'll get you info on how to try this out.
Oh, cool. And then I was thinking about something too, because we were commenting on one of your videos, and I made a statement, and hopefully I didn't sound like a douche when I said it, but I made a statement of something like, this isn't new to use USB to power 8-bit systems. And I wasn't saying that to demean or belittle what you were doing. I was just saying that as a kind of a matter of fact. So hopefully you didn't think I was poo-pooing your project or anything like that.
No, you're exactly right. And I think I chatted you. I started because I was interested in doing it on this. I'm mostly a Z80 collector, as you can probably guess by looking around. These are not like David's cool Coco conversion. These are all real. But the Model 1's really hard. But my motivation was actually the Atari 800, which comes with a brick the size of a real brick.
Yeah.
And you can simply wire this up to a USB-A, like cut the cord off, take 2 wires and wire up and plug it into the Atari, and it completely works better than it ever did. It's amazing. And I think most of the other communities have this. So trying to get a challenge where none of these transformers and other parts are getting any younger, but having an option to pull this out and be able to use USB seems like a great thing in the Tandy, both the Z80 and the Coco.
Absolutely. Because there's a few things that are not going to be over-the-counter, just replaceable parts. Like we can get some of the chips, we can get capacitors, but certain things like power supplies and custom chips are going to be harder to replace. So to have a source for an alternative is great.
Yeah, and I took out the transistor, the Q1, but you could also do this by bending salt pins, but salts are rare and not replaceable.
Right, right.
Now it seems like a terrible way to go. This little power transistor, you can get these for $10 or less somewhere and put a new one in if you wanted to undo everything. But this is a huge source of heat in a Coco, this thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
there is
okay.
somebody else that actually is working on doing a replacement for the salt chip.
That's
video.
Terry Trapp, yeah. Oh, by the way, Retro Innovations wants to know, Jim Brain wants to know how to get a hold of you. He does Coco hardware stuff too.
Discord or Facebook.
What is your name? What is your name on Discord?
Tim Halloran, I think.
Tim Halloran. He's on our Discord server, Jim, and so he's on Discord and he's on Facebook.
Be interesting to work on an extension of that to make it work with the Coco One. Of course, a Coco One power supply is more difficult because you've got plus 12 volt rails and things that are not native 5 volt. So you'd have to have DC to DC converters and things like that. But it could be quite easily done.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't tried that. I have a couple Coco Ones. One of them works. The other one doesn't. You might also remember I posted that I melted the keys on one of my Coco Ones doing a retro brighting experiment. Some of you may recall that a few months ago, and I still have not replaced that keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely doable. I think this mod would work on a Coco 3. I'm just starting to look. I think mostly as is, it would work just fine.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find him. He's in Discord, Jim. I'm trying to find his handle for you.
Tim Halloran, or I can.
Yeah, Tim Harry. I found you. Well, it's Tim Halloran, right? So I don't know what your actual number is on there, but Jim, he's in there as Tim Halloran.
Yep.
So if you search for him in Discord, I'll put that in the chat, Jim.
Thanks.
He's 3 posts back in the CoCoTALK lobby. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I just did a search.
I was trying to find out.
Yeah.
I thought I was actually joining the chat, but it's kind of like being backstage at a Met Gala here. This is really amazing. The things you guys do. Awesome.
Yeah, well, listen, we like seeing people doing projects for the Coco, and especially doing things that are different, a little bit outside of the box. It's definitely pretty
literally.
Cool. Yeah, outside of the box. Yeah, literally, right. Yeah, so it's Terry Trapp is working on a salt replacement. I think he's calling it Mr. Dash or something like that. So he's got a handful of videos that he's been doing to figure that out and doing the schematics and stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he had he helped a lot.
Okay.
The salt is very tricky to guess, and once he wrapped his head around what I was doing, he was very helpful.
There's something that we may be able to. I'll contact you on Discord too, Terry, because I'm planning a what do you call it? A reboot switch on for Coco 1, 2, and 3 that basically leaves the power supply running but disconnects the rest of the circuit for half a second or something, and does a cold boot without having to power cycle the power supply. So we may be able to incorporate our projects together and make one that does the lot.
Sure, yeah. And with the USB mod, you could just put a like instant, a contact switch, just like the reboot in the powertrain will probably be fine. Otherwise, you'd have to be careful about all the bounce, the AC bounce. But I think as long as you kept it off long enough, it would probably be okay. Cool.
Yeah, and the whole thing of making sure you don't get any spikes when you connect the power rails back up when we're fully powered. That's something that's really important to a project like this. So I'm designing a soft start reboot thing that'll do it softly, so it won't put any extra stress on the components. And the whole point of that is, like you were saying there, the power supply components are not getting any younger.
Exactly.
And the less stress that we can put on them, the longer they're going to last.
Yeah, and I do think the heat is pretty bad. I started the project because my Coco 2 just went so hot. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that was how it was supposed to work. Many people have told me that's how it behaves, but it was unbelievably hot. And one of the last mods I did when I went permanent was actually wiring it into the power switch. Prior to that, now it works like a regular Coco. You used to just shove it in plug it into the power strip, and the computer came on.
You don't have a can of Freon just laying around, because Rick Adams used Freon quite frequently back during the.
No need for that. It runs totally cool. As a matter of fact, with my Coco 3, when I use it for like Game On Challenge or something, it surprises me. Like I'm like the heat coming off it. Wow. But this week was fun because this game ran on a Coco 2, so I got my 19th place using the USB powered machine.
That's awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Cool.
I will mention too. You were mentioning like the hottest part of your Coco now is the 689 chip, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
Replace that with the 639 takes 1/10 the power draw. So.
Yeah. If you put a 60, and I have swapped it back and forth in the Coco 2. I have a couple chips. It's much cooler. Yeah. And then you probably wouldn't be able to tell anything. Interestingly, on mine, I have of course, when I started with the Coco, I didn't know what I was doing, so I bought like a 16K non-extended basic. And this little adapter to the ROM to do extended color basic is also slightly warm. I mean, nothing bad, but it's that and the CPU are the two warmest chips on the board. So if you had a real one, it might be better. I don't know how that works.
Yeah. What's your background, Tim? You say you're a Z80 guy. Like, what was your first computer and?
Yeah, I'm a programmer. I work in the software industry, mostly programmer. I got into the Z80. I thought it was cool. Never had ones in the day because, of course, never afforded them. I grew up, interestingly, background-wise, I grew up in a town where Digital Equipment manufactured the VT100 terminal, which is, of course, world famous at this point. And we had lots of digital computers, but very little things. So I got into the Z80 and I've been in it for many years, and I write a lot of software. But in the Z80 Tandies, you have to learn hardware. You just won't have working machines. The Coco world is really cool because you can buy a machine and it 90% of the time works. In the Z80 world, it's 90% of the time it doesn't work. And if you get it working, sometimes it just stops working for no reason.
Yeah, a lot more complexity in them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, and then of course, if you get into the big Tandies, I spent a year and a half restoring a Model 2, and those are even worse. But the Model 1, Model 3, and Model 4 are still much harder to keep them just running compared to the average Coco, where you just get one and plug it in, and 90% of the time it works. Great little machines.
Have you come to any functions like Tandy Assembly or any of the vintage computing festivals or anything in the past few years?
The last 2 years I've been at Tandy Assembly. I presented. I did a hardware mod to a Model 1. It was interesting. Your Glenn talked about not realizing about drawing during V blank and to not get flicker in the game. And myself and George Phillips came up with a mod for a Model 1 to allow a programmer to detect V blank in a Model 1 with no chips, just 3 wires, and wrote some software and demoed it at Tandy Assembly. Most folks didn't understand it at all, but a few of the big 5 game developers saw it and were like, wow, we wish we had this.
I believe the MC10 has the same issue too, where you can't fully detect when the V-Sync's happening, even though it has a timer chip built into the CPU.
Yep.
Don't talk about my MC10 like that, Curtis.
And they didn't think of the software being able to see that in the Model 1. And the Model 3 and 4, you can do it, but not in Model 1.
Funny, my introduction to computers, to programming, was actually on the Z80 as well. I started off with a Dick Smith System 80, which was a Model 1 clone, and the Microbee, which is also a Z80. So, switched over to the Coco and never went back.
Yeah, those are great systems. Of course, we have Eden Maverick in the Z80 world, and he's in Australia, and it's Teza has a great website on the Dick Smith System 80. I think it's Terry Stewart is his real name, but great website if anyone's interested. Dick Smith System 80 is a great clone of the Model 1 mostly.
We have a request from Robert Sieg for an MC10 USB adapter. I believe that's 8 volts AC. That's that adapter is, and I think, So good luck with that, right?
Things up and get inside. It's probably turning into DC somewhere.
Yeah, I think somebody. I know enough to be dangerous about that, but I think part of it's for the serial port is why they need the AC or something like that. I don't know. That's cool. Well, and listen, we're glad to have you, Tim. Let's get you on again. The door is open, so you can join us again. Like to have you on and talk more about it. Feel free to hang out. I just kind of want to be cognizant of the show time. We're getting close on the 4-hour mark, so I have a feeling we're going to get through updates and maybe call it a show for now. So maybe an after show is in order to get into Game On news and some bomb threat and things like that. So projects, updates, and acquisitions as we go around the room. Who else has got something they want to talk about? Something they worked on this week? Something they're working on, thinking about? Anyone? Bueller? Nobody? Nobody's got... Brian Weezer, you have to have bought something this week.
Yeah.
Well, I
You
won't
have
want
that book for
Keep
sure,
the
Brian. you
economy
bought, so-
going.
Yes, I wouldn't want to disappoint my fans, right? So. Yeah, I'll just make this a book week, I guess. Then, so one that Grant Leedy had mentioned.
Does Grant read? I didn't know Grant read.
Well,
he just looks at the pictures.
He just looks at the pictures. There was a book called.
That can be surprising.
It's called Tandy's Money Machine. It's about Charles Tandy, the guy who kind of got the whole game started. So it was, I don't know. I just found it was kind of interesting and nothing. I mean, it's just a book about Tandy and getting it all going. Chapter 23 is actually about. I think it was 23. Let me look here again. Sorry. Chapter 20. Where is it at? 26 is on the birth of the TRS-80.
Oh wow.
So, but I thought I was able to pick it up. It's only 99 cents I picked it up for, so it wasn't, but it was kind of interesting little find. It's a hardcover book.
When did they write that book?
When did they write this book?
I thought Grant was in the Oprah book club.
1992.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then another book here. What? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just curious what that keyboard is beside you there.
Oh, don't get too excited there. That's a $20 Goodwill find that I'm just using to pipe MIDI songs to. So nothing too fancy, just an old Radio Shack one, realistic one. So
for $20.
Oh, cool.
For $20, yeah. But so I'm trying to get the Coco MIDI, working with that, and I'm just gonna use that to play my music through. So I don't know how to play music. I can do chopsticks, and that's about it. So. Another one here that doesn't seem to be too common. It's called the working TRS-80.
Yeah, that one I'd never seen before you posted the pictures on Facebook.
Well, according to Tim Holleran, 90% of Cocos are working when you get them. So
there you go. So here's the proof, right?
Yes.
I was going to say, is that book the follow up to the broken?
And then another book here. I've been kind of on a book kick again. So here's one. It's the TRS-80 color computer
nice.
graphics.
Who's the author of that one?
Oh, cool.
This one here is Don Inman.
Yeah. Don Inman.
So, yes. So.
And who is Dymax? Because the Don and Kurt Inman Assembly book is also with Dymax. Is Dymax a person, place, or thing? What is...
It was a technical publishing company from what I remember. They did not just Coco stuff, but...
With Dymax. Okay.
Yeah. It's a weird way to say it, though. I wonder if the same thing if it was like
with Dymax,
like a DJ or something.
It's like some celebrity that has one name, like Bono.
Right.
Prince.
Dymax. We're doing a collab with Dymax.
And then another book is the top-down basic for the TRS-80 color computer.
I usually
top-down basic. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I usually do all my programming from the bottom up. So this is reverse engineering basic code, apparently. So,
kind of when I picked up on it, they just kind of go through, basic, from top to bottom type of thing.
That's
I guess
cool.
That's another way of saying it. So, yeah.
And that's for the Coco. It's not a generic basic one.
Nope.
For the TRS-80 color. Yeah, and that's a third-party book, right?
Yes.
It's not a Tandy publication or anything. So.
Nope.
Looks like it's a pretty solid, got a lot of content in it too.
Yeah, Ken Skyer.
I've never heard of that.
I mean, to me, these legitimize the platform when you have third-party publications that are not just fluff pieces. They're kind of deep dives into stuff. So
yeah,
that's very cool.
Is.
Yeah, I like the artwork. Nimble's saying that book cover reminds me of those covers that you could shake the blue lines and would wobble with some kind of eye trick or something. All right, so.
That might actually be all the magic mushrooms from Color Bead. I'm not sure.
No, that is really neat. Those are
and
neat.
then one more that I know is part of a Radio Shack series. I know I've seen there's that wizard on the front of it, and I wanted to start. I think there's like 3 different ones, but this is the basic, faster, and better with other mysteries. I think there's like three different ones.
Yeah, that whole other mysteries was a whole series. There's stuff from the Model 1 and 3 going through the ROMs.
Is that Coco? Because that looks more like a Z80 one to me.
I think it might be.
I think they're mostly for the Model 1, 3, and 4.
But I'm sure a lot of it would still be applicable because it's basic and was based on Microsoft.
I'm trying to remember. Didn't Dennis Bathory Kits? Didn't he do one of those?
Yeah,
in that series.
It was mostly hardware mods and things. It's a classic for the Model 1.
Okay.
I copy of that. I'm trying to remember the title, but it's a great book.
Yeah. So I just I know I've seen pictures before, and I kind of passed them up a little bit, but I thought, well, let's start adding them to the collection there. So
that's cool.
That's all I have, sir.
Well, we're disappointed. You usually bring us so much more.
I could show one more thing if you want me to.
No, please do.
Just please do here. I did pick up this game as part of a lot that I got. I haven't quite finished sorting through it all yet. Let me try to grab the pile here without throwing it. From 1997, I think I got them almost all of them through 1982. It's the microcomputer newsletter.
Oh wow!
So they started out as kind of a paper, and then they slowly transitioned into more of a
magazine,
more of a glossy magazine.
Now, who is the publisher of this?
Radio Shack.
Andy.
Okay.
Yeah.
TRS-80 Microcomputer News.
Yep. So I got almost the whole lot. Here's one. Well, here's January of 1982, and there's two children that seem to be having an awful lot of fun with their Coco here. So
they're looking at each other. They're not even looking at the game. Number one. And
look at the palette on the game.
Yeah, look at I love the pink and sky blues that never existed on the Coco in that picture there. So
yeah, that's beautiful.
I have a copy of that here, a different one of it.
So what was the photographer saying? Okay, kids, if you could do me a favor and look really creepily at each other and skeeve us out, that's what we're going for here.
I would just love to get that monitor.
Yeah.
Radio Shack monitor.
Oh yeah, the silver TV.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Hold it up a little higher. We want to focus on these creepy kids. These kids are creepy. I'm sorry. They are scaring the F out of me right now. This is a movie waiting to happen where they move into a house and people die. This is what I'm expecting.
This is like Children of the Corn, I think, or something.
Oh, wow.
Seriously.
It's funny you should say that, Curtis. The Children of the Corn is actually filmed just about 10 miles away from me here.
Oh wow!
In cornfields. So, but yeah,
Don't see the kids on yours, David.
Okay, yeah, mine's got the Model 100 on it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, where are the creepy kids?
Oh yeah, there's no
They're inside the Model 100.
Oh, look, Rick Euland's got one of the wizard books there.
I found the Bathory Kits book.
Oh, that's the Dennis one. So is that for the Coco?
No, that was Model 1 and 3.
Yeah,
I think.
1 and 3. Same guy, different
Model
computer.
1. Okay. Cool.
It's full of Model 1.
But it must not have been a very long publication. Like I said, it went from 1997, and at least what I have goes up through 82. So I don't know how.
It does go earlier than that. They published 2 volumes of the originals, like very first ones from 77, 78, as little booklets you could buy. And I've actually got those. Maybe I'll try to dig them out here after we go onwards. But they published that, and basically when you bought a new computer from Radio Shack, they actually had a little card there, and you could order it, and you can get it for free from Tandy for I think 6 months or a year or something like that. They give you a free subscription. Then after that, you had to pay for it.
How many advertisements for third-party products were we finding in this Tandy publication?
0. Well, actually, that's not quite true. If you were buying like Model 2, word processing or accounting software from Ashton Tate or something like that, they'd advertise that because they actually carried that in the stores. But as far as Coco stuff, no.
Okay. Is this what you're talking about, Curtis? Here,
yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's 2 of those.
Yeah, the reprint, and this has like issues, all issues, 20 of them, all in one book. It's kind of kind of all bound together.
There's 2 volumes of that. So there's the very first run of 20. There's the next run of 20 as well.
Very good. Okay.
That's cool.
This one here's got a big long list of all the all the Model 100 basic commands in it.
Does anybody else
Descriptions of
have a update or acquisition? Anyone? Paul Shoemaker, what you been up to, dude? We haven't heard from you in a while.
I've been working quite a bit on that Poker Squares game that I've been developing, and
That's in the Game On News stuff too. So if you want to do it now, go ahead.
Sure. And I can show a quick demo of it if that would be good. Take just a second.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll shrink my news down by 1. That'll help.
You guys let me know when you can see what I'm sharing.
I see you.
Okay.
Yep, seeing it there.
So right now I've got it mostly working. So the first thing that I had to do was write a separate program, and I haven't quite figured out how to put it together yet. A separate program, and it didn't look like it did anything, but what it actually did was it drew the play screen in the background. And then I'm going to, of course, merge those together at some point, but it's doing something weird right now, and I can't figure out why it's doing it.
Well, board can call cards, right? You can chain them.
Yeah, maybe I'll do something like that and see if that
Then you'll
works.
save on memory.
Man, this looks really good.
Thank you. So now I've got an issue where it always starts with exactly the same deal every single time. So I need to seed the random number generator, but I haven't quite got that figured out yet.
Minus timer.
I tried that, and it's not working for me. So I have to noodle on it a little bit more. But so I've got it mostly working. And if you guys have ever played Poker Squares before, and I was posting on Discord maybe a couple of months ago. There's a Coco 2 version that I just started playing, one of the handful of card games that the fellow did. And remember, Curtis, you and I were talking about whether or not the sort of marquise aspect of it was done in BASIC or if it was done in assembly. It sort of has the different color blocks going around the outside of it. Anyways, it was playing that game, and I thought, see if I can upgrade it or update it to a Coco 3. So it's the game basically works where you just try to build poker hands, both horizontally and vertically.
Oh, that's neat.
On all five of them. So
this is like 5-card stud or 5-card whatever on many levels here.
Yeah, or like and bingo mixed in together maybe or something like that. So you decide where you want to play the next card, and if you want to try to get a flush, or you want to try to get a straight, or you want to try to get 2 pair or something like that. And then every once in a while, kind of surprised it hasn't done it yet, it will randomly allow you, right there, to pick one of these 5 face cards to flip over.
Okay.
And so now it adds a little bit of randomness as well as a little bit of, poker playing. Hopefully that's not too loud. And then I have it pretty much working.
The cards look really, really good.
Yeah, I still want to get a copy of your cards because I'm actually going to build them as actual graphical images for Nitrous 9, include the entire deck as get put buffers.
Sure.
Rather than, I think you said you just have the face cards, the backs, and then you have everything else drawn manually.
Right.
I'm actually, just to make it easier for the program, I'm just going to make, here's 52 cards plus the back, and then you can just make whatever card game you want.
Oh, that's cool. That's what I'd love to be able to make.
Okay, when you're done, it calculates.
It calculates each hand.
Okay.
And will give you the score. And this is the piece that I still need to work on a little bit. Is it doesn't calculate all the hands exactly right yet. I haven't quite got that logic all worked out. But it calculates all of each of the hands on each of the columns and rows, and then it'll put up a little.
I think I saw a version of this that does diagonals as well, but I guess the diagonals are randomly generated for you. So.
Well, one of them is, but the other one's not. That's interesting. To add maybe a diagonal.
I used to play a game. I used to play Poker Squares on a Coco back in the day. There's a Coco 2 version, and it generated it did the diagonals as well, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's coming along. It's coming along pretty well. And the
looks awesome. Cards are nice.
Yeah, the cards are based off of an 8-bit deck that if you just Google cards 8-bit deck, and the guy's name is Michael, and I can't remember his last name. So
you got permission this time?
I didn't. This one I'm not selling it. I'm giving it away. Okay. I'm giving it away. So it's a labor of love, and everybody
cards
Yeah. But I modified it a little bit because the size of his cards were too big to fit. Basically 5 cards north to south on the screen. So I modified it a little bit. So they're a tiny bit different, but the rest of it is all something that I've designed. based off
And you're
of
using
a very
that
common
patch that
game.
Nick and Nick Moretti's did to do the by 225 graphics in BASIC too, right?
Yes. So I got his patch, and that's how I'm able to in BASIC. So this is all in BASIC with a couple of assembly language subroutines. One is that draws the card, and the second one that actually pops these little I don't know, score tiles up as well. And the rest of it's all in BASIC, and so I used his patch, which allows you to use all of the normal BASIC commands in the 225 row mode in the H screen too, which is really, really cool. And then I saw someplace else a couple of pokes, one of the unraveled books or something, that a couple of other pokes I added, which prevents H screen from erasing the screen when you go into it for the first time, and that's how I'm able to draw the background or the play screen first, and then go ahead and execute the second
Switch over
program.
to it.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm getting pretty close to done, but I have a little bit of play testing to do, and then quite a lot of code cleanup to do and fix the scoring a little bit, and then I'll be uploading it to the archive for anybody who wants to check it out.
How are you writing your code? Are you writing this in the emulator, or are you using an editor outside of an emulator?
I use Notepad++ and LW tools to write the assembly language on my PC, and then all of the BASIC and everything I'm writing on the Coco 3 behind me.
Oh,
but
God help you.
The assembly is the assembly you got to do. Well, for me, I have to do it using those third-party sort of tools. But writing in BASIC on the Coco is the way to do it. Is the way I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
Yep.
That looks really good.
Thank you.
I do want to steal your card set and put it in Nitrous 9 too.
Of course.
That's
of
awesome.
course. Yeah.
So when you're programming BASIC on the Coco 3, you use the width 80 mode to do all your typing, I guess.
Most of the time, and I do that just so I can see more of the listing at any given point in time, and because especially when you start to go clean up the code and figure out, am I duplicating something? Is there a simpler way to do it? It's much nicer to see 80 columns worth.
Do you also have the 28 line text mode enabled too, so you get the full vertical?
No, I don't think so. I think
because there's folks that do that as well, kind of like the graphics screen where you're doing 225. It does the same thing with text. You get 3 extra lines.
Oh, is that part of Nick's patch, or is that a separate thing?
I know Sockmaster had a patch for it. I'm trying to remember if Nick incorporated it. Too bad Nick wasn't here to ask. I can't remember if he incorporated that or not, but it's definitely available. There's a couple pokes you can do to enable that as well.
Neat. No, I'm not doing that right now because I notice it does shrink up when I'm go back into the text mode. So, but that's where I'm at right now. Probably hopefully no more than a couple of weeks away from sending out, letting folks noodle around with it and give it a try.
That's very cool, Paul. That's very cool.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have an update or acquisition they want to share? Brian Schubring, are you raising your hand?
Just got to say I got to get going here. Got to go to dinner.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Thank you.
It was a great show. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Curtis, for getting that lined up for us. I do have one thing to show, but I don't want to be greedy. I want everybody. Oh, Mikey.
Just a mini update. I'm planning to resume working on PyDrive Wire this coming week, the next 2 weeks, so I can meet my previously published schedule.
Very cool. And
I've learned never to make those again.
That will include.
Yeah, I know.
Will that include the deload server?
Yeah, the deload will be in there. I haven't heard of anybody having any real problems with it, so it's gonna go in.
Very, very cool.
Did you get your cables sorted out there, Mikey?
Yeah, pretty much for the most part.
Okay,
Haven't gotten them all put away yet, to do it, I have to say. So, yeah.
Okay, I have a quick show and tell. This is a courtesy of Jason the Coco Man Reichard, and I'll be doing an unwrapping here live on the air. But last week I showed off my Commodore haul, including my Commodore 1084S monitor that happens to have an RGB input. So Jason the Coco Man Reichard came up with a cable, produced the cable, and got me the cable, and it literally came in today. So within a week's time, he designed it and produced it and shipped it to me. And it's got two different ends, right? Ooh. So one end is the RGB for the Coco, right? So that's the Coco RGB, 9 out of 10 pins. And then this end here is the, what is that, 5 or 6
DIN
pins?
6.
DIN
Six
6.
pins,
The RGB analog DIN on the Magnavox.
Right. So this should go into my Commodore monitor. And then I should be able to look at native RGB and get some decent audio out. So I'll be trying that after the show, and I'll be trying that tonight when I play the Bomb Threat for our game on.
The real joy of the Magnavox is you can also hook up the composite cables because there's composite. Well, there's just one switch in the front. You can instantly switch between the two.
Right.
Sweet.
So thank you, Jason. I was not expecting that. I know he was going to work on it, but I wasn't sure what the research and development time was or anything else. But he got it done, got it made, and got it shipped in a week's time.
What a guy.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Stevie, did he give it a clever name?
I asked for that. There's no clever name. There's no sticker on here, and there's absolutely 0 toggle switches on here too, which is a little bit disappointing. So,
now it sounds like you're bitching.
Yeah, I'm bitching.
You went from like, thank you, Jason, but I got some suggestions for you.
Yeah. So, no.
I have to say, I need to order one of those myself because mine, which I made back in the 80s here, the ribbon cable's gotten pinched a few spots, and sometimes I have to jiggle it or it loses one of the color guns. So I have to get a new one, and I think if Jason's ready making it for you, and if it looks okay when you try it tonight, I'll probably order one from him.
How about the Commodore Roo?
I've got all the bits here for my RGB mod. I'm going to try RGB to VGA and see if I can get that to go into my Model 4 Coco 3. So that's in that bag. So
okay.
Doing a similar thing here.
Grant Leedy's asking if I'm hungry. I'm actually, thank you for your concern for my personal well-being, Grant. But no, I'm not hungry. I'm just trying to be conscientious. So this is a democracy, though. So we're going to let the panel decide, and we're going to let the audience decide. We're at 4 hours. We actually have a lot more to cover with news and Game On news, and it's really up to the audience. Would the audience like more CoCoTALK? Do you need the snoozy newsy, as Mikey likes to call it? Are you guys ready? Because we probably have another hour left in this show for those who want to do it and those who want to watch it. I'm going to be honest with you and tell you that I'm probably going to walk away and let you guys handle the news so I can go take a break and do a few things, but I'll let the stream keep running.
I actually had a thought. You guys can I'll bounce this off to you guys if you think it's ridiculous, because we were talking about possibly doing an After Dark to do Bomb Threat today. Now, some people like games. Some people, maybe just me, like news. We could actually combine the two. We could actually have somebody playing on the right side of the screen and watch, some people playing it, and I can just rifle through the news tonight at an After Dark just to get it caught up. Because if I wait till next week, we're gonna have like 50 stories, and that'll be the entire damn show. What do you guys think of that wacky idea?
I like that idea.
You're talking about doing a news After Dark? Well, we have 2 votes from the live viewers. David Lord says press on. Frodo says press on. So it's really partially up to the people who are here. Do you guys want to still be here, or are you done? Would you rather take a break? Because, Curtis, you've got to anchor this news. Are you good to do it?
I could. If everybody wants it. I mean, that's up to them.
Okay.
I'm going to have to duck out at some point, but I'll come back. I'm if everyone decides they're going to do it, I'm happy either way. But like I said earlier on, I do have something I've got to do for probably 10 minutes in the middle sometime, some unspecified time. But I'm happy either way.
David Ladd and Grant Leedy both like my idea of just having a split screen so you can still have some live gameplay, and then I can just,
so we have
some of the news, and whoever's playing the game can interject once in a while.
We have 2 votes for keep the show going. We've got 2 votes for doing it on a second show later on. Who else on the panel?
Second show. I'm getting hungry.
Okay, Mark B is getting hungry. Okay, we got another vote for split screen. So it's looking like the votes to do but we need to get it done tonight or this weekend. So it's the news is still news and it's not history. And then next week we have a special guest host and a guest streamer. Robbie Inman will be broadcasting the program for us live from Arizona, home of Ron Delvaux, next week. All right, so we're going to go ahead and then start to wrap things up. So I'm going to go ahead and play the outro, and then we'll come back for parting thoughts. But I really enjoyed today's show. And I'm going to be honest, too. Last week, Floppy Talk, you would think the one person who would have been bored to tears or would have rage quit would have been me. I really enjoyed the Floppy Talk and the Storage Talk. I thought that was just good conversations, and that was good stuff. And this week, to talk to Glenn was a treat. And this show is definitely like a box of chocolates. From one week to the next, we don't know what we're going to get. We pop open that lid, and sometimes it's sometimes it's sweet, sometimes it's not, right? So But that's the kind of the great thing about this program is that even us who are on it don't know what.
Sometimes it's nuts.
Yeah, sometimes it's nuts, like almond joy, right? So
I got a really quick 30. Oh no, I'll save it for the parting thoughts. It's all right.
All right, so we're gonna run the outro, and we do have a new patron this week too. So Graham Webke became a new patron. I mentioned him at the beginning of the show, so we definitely want to thank the patrons. And so for the money that we get from our patrons, it covers all of our costs, and we have created expenses that we didn't need to just because we're trying to saturate this show in as many places as possible. So we have audio and video podcast hostings. We live stream to multiple sources, which costs money to do. We are boosting the Discord server. So all the money that we get, it goes back into the show. Nobody's padding their wallet here, but we appreciate the fact that people are, and honestly, like 80 to 90% of the people who are paying to be on the show are already on the show or volunteering their time on top of that. So it's very much appreciated, and it's very humbling and very flattering that you guys do that. And I just want to say a special thanks to
Grant's
all
suggesting maybe some of that money can go towards buying you a razor.
Maybe. Or actually, I just got a new contraption here. Let me wind it up for you, Curtis.
Pass it on to Grant for you.
There you go. That's where all the Patreon money went, right there, Curtis. Special gift just for you.
We paid for that fancy ring, did we?
That's right. So
That's how much he appreciates us. You see that?
that's right. So I'm going to play the first part of our intro, which thanks our patrons. No, because then we got the train wreck that starts on that. Never mind. All right, you guys, your patrons, you know who you are. We love you. We appreciate you. We're going to hit the outro, and then we'll be back for parting thoughts. Thanks, everybody. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reicher, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reicher, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the Coco community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
I'm actually
we're
half
about to come
German
back.
I'm half German by blood. So. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I know. The first time I heard German heavy metal was like scary.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the outro is over. It is now time for parting thoughts. Not deep thoughts, but parting thoughts. So I want to thank, number one, I want to thank the people who come together every week to help this show. So Mark Overholzer, who has always been here for us from episode 1, who is our chat moderator, and he gets all the links out and the live feed. So when we're talking about something, he's right on the spot with doing that, and he makes sure that we know when people are chatting. We try not to forget people in the live chat, but sometimes it gets hard to manage the people talking and the people listening and the people chatting. So we try to do the best we can. And thank you, Mark, for what you do there. Curtis Boyle for bringing in great guests and for doing the news for us, Curtis, and God forbid for that.
On rare occasions, I actually get to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and God forbid that Nitrous 9 shite that you've been working on. Thanks for that. David O'Connor, thank you for bringing Neo to the program, one of the best members of the panel we've had in the past 20 years.
Obviously the most intelligent, too.
Yes.
He's a faithful meower.
Absolutely. Everybody who's here. Mark Bosley, our backup streamer and engineer, who's always here. Brian Weasler, who's always buying all the good shit off of eBay. Nick Marotta, who's just here to make us all jealous of his looks, so we appreciate that. And Michael Furman, who likes to. We had multiple discussions about being muted and not stepping on our special guest today. And what does he do? Right out of the freaking box.
Mikey's cable sorting
Mikey's got cables. Yes.
cables and cables and cables and cables.
Yes. But Mikey, you do a great job with and I've said this for years, that DriveWire is a fantastic, amazing protocol, incredible product. There's Neo.
Neo,
saying goodbye.
Yeah.
PyDriveWire is the best.
PyDriveWire is the best. MC10 is incredible, right?
And I got your message about PyDriveWire, Mikey. I gotta
I just
send you some stuff.
It's been slammed the last couple of weeks, but you can just send me a screenshot or whatever, and I'll help you. We'll start plugging away at it.
All right. And so final thoughts. And so Timothy Holloran, thanks for being here for your first time, and please come back, and thanks for what you're doing, and we look forward to we will follow your career with great interest, sir.
We didn't scare him too much.
Any parting thoughts for the folks at home?
No, it's a great show. Thank you for doing this for the community, and thanks for welcoming a Z80.
All right, that's right. Well, being the cultured person that I am, I refer to it as the Z80, but you're welcome to that.
Well, we even let Apple people on here. So.
Well, actually, it's a Z80. Yeah.
Earlier, I was trying to explain it.
I have some Z80 for you.
Yes.
The Z.
The Z.
Is Z here? Zed's not here, man.
Zed's not here, man. Paul Shoemaker.
Dead,
any parting thoughts, Paul?
No, just good to be back on the show after taking a bit of time away, but nice to be back. Thanks.
Yeah,
guys.
good for having you, and thanks for all the stuff you're working on. It's really cool to see. Rick Hewlin, any parting thoughts?
Good get.
All right,
Like the show.
Michael Furman, parting thoughts?
Go play some Bomb Threat.
There you go. Mark Bosley, parting thoughts?
Nah, I'm done.
All right, Brian Weasler, parting thoughts?
Coco forever.
Coco forever. Nick Marotta, parting thoughts?
I just love this show. Thank you so much for doing it.
Well, thank you for Game On, the greatest segment, and everyone's favorite segment, everyone's favorite part of the show.
I believe you.
It's incredible. It's an incredible segment. Fantastic segment. David O'Connor, parting thoughts?
We have a very special guest that's in the pipe works. I won't say anymore.
All right, we won't say anymore.
No.
L. Curtis Boyle, nobody cares. Next.
Planter.
Yes.
My parting thought is, what time do you want to try to do this dual screen experiment and try to get the news caught up?
Probably 9 o'clock, so 3 hours from now.
So 9 Eastern, so it'll be 7 my time.
Yeah. And in the live chat, we've had Frodo and David Ladd and James Jones and Ben Drakes, Mark Overholzer, Nimble, Grant Leedy, David Lord, Erico, James Jones, Frodo, Chris West, Grant Leedy, Nimble, Erico, Mark Overholzer, A Meditation, Grant Leedy, Nimble, Robbie Inman, David Ladd, Robert Sieg, Kevin Holloway, Frodo, Steve Rasmussen, a.k.a. Buck Owens, David Ladd, Retro Innovations, Robbie Inman, all kinds of people in the live chat today. Drencor, obviously thanks to our Doug Maston, the creator, the original creator of the Contras. Doug Maston was out there. Thanks, Doug, for stopping by.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but when he was talking about when Doug showed up in the chat there, he mentioned that Contras was the very first Coco game he ever tried to do. That is a hell of a thing to try to bite off as your first project. Holy cow.
Yeah, really. Honestly. And it's probably one of the most, like you said, Curtis, it's probably one of the top 5 games that pulls, doesn't pull any
every
punches.
Trick out of the hat.
Every trick out of the hat. Absolutely. Ben Drakes, our VR guy. David Lord has been out there. Frodo, Ben Drakes. Frodo, with great Richard Lorbieski and his people skills, and Erico and Fedor was out there, Fedor Stamen, and Dave and Sharon. That's Mr. Dave 6309 now. He's upgraded his handle to the winning processor. Richard Lorbieski, Jim Gary was out there. Hey, Jim and Fedor and Nick Marotta. So yeah, we've had a jam-packed audience. Thanks for being here, jam-packed show. Thanks, Glen Dahlgren, for being here. And we're gonna press the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
See you in a few hours.
Hey, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.